Welcome to the sixth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the ability of local governments to fund infrastructure and services. I acknowledge the Wiradjuri people of the Wiradjuri Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are joining us here today. My name's Emily Saval and I'm the Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Could I ask each witness, starting with you, Ms Bennett, to state their name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name is Jenny Bennett. I'm the Executive Officer of the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Is Councillor Kellam online?
I am.
Are you able to also state your name, position, title and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please?
My name is Mark Kellam. I'm the Mayor of Oberon, and I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I'll defer to Ms Bennett, the opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kellam. My local government career, which has been about 25 years now, has witnessed rate pegging, poor recognition of integrated planning and reporting by state agencies, tortuous funding and regulatory frameworks, a paucity of place-based strategy, amalgamations and so many other symptoms of the poor relationship between local and state government. This is a net effect of disempowering community and deteriorating the financial position of councils. However, the other impacts of this systemic failure is the gross waste of public money of state administration, processes and the opportunity cost of not leveraging the capacity of local government. Given the gravity of the challenges before us from climate change, be it reaching our net zero target or drought and disaster readiness, we must do better. Central New South Wales councils are doing the best we can with what we have. We could do so much more with willing partners that recognise, understand and trust local government.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you so much to both of you for making the time to give evidence today and also for your very detailed written submission, which was very helpful. My first question is relating to something that was in the written submission, which was the staff vacancies, and you reported vacancies across your region that ranged from 5 to 18%. I have to imagine that would have quite a staggering impact of the ability of councils to actually deliver the services that are in their community strategic plans, and I was hoping you could provide us with a bit more detail from what you've heard from your member councils, either about the impact of those vacancies, but also some of the causes for those vacancies, why councils can't actually recruit and retain staff.
Thank you. Well, there are a number of challenges around recruitment and retention. I can give you the example of, say, Parkes Shire Council, which shares a location with Transport for New South Wales, a major office there, who pay so much better for jobs that are described by the people that move to them as half the work and substantially more money. So that's one challenge that we have. Another significant challenge is that we really haven't, as a state, be it our state agency partners or ourselves, invested in the training that's required for our members. We just don't have the processes in place to bring on cadets and those sorts of things that we used to see in the newspapers for those of us of a certain age. Every January, everyone would see all the opportunities for young people to come and work for local councils, and those things just don't exist anymore. So, again, I'm going to say it's systemic failure. If you look at every facet of the problem, that's what's going on for our councils at the moment. We haven't done the planning, we haven't got the graduates, we've got significant competition with other providers, be they mines or state agencies. Then for the more specialist roles, like say in planning, it's just very, very challenging because the broader system doesn't really exist to support those positions. And I can talk to you about training of our water operators. Over the last 10 years, our region has gone to a lot of trouble to get training happening for our water operators. We're probably the best trained region in Australia, I would think, at this stage of the game. But that's gone through periods where there has been no modules on scope in New South Wales to actually train our staff. So we've had to reach outside New South Wales to get training. So again, the training system itself, failure. It's broad systemic failure, Amanda, and we really need to do something about it.
Thank you. That's very helpful. In some of our earlier hearings for this inquiry, we heard about some very small councils that have had to take quite innovative means to fill skills gaps for some of those specialist roles. You mentioned planning, and that's come up. Are you aware of any local initiatives or partnerships between councils to try to get an economy of scale to be able to attract specialist staff?
I'll hand over to Councillor Kellam for a moment, if that's all right, Amanda. I think he has something to say there as well.
Amanda, we have all those problems, and we have embarked on a concerted effort to recruit people locally and train them up. It's more expensive, but what you get is people who are committed to living in the area and will be long-term employees. Now, that's proved fairly successful at the mid-level. The upper level of the employees, we've had a lot of success in getting good people, mostly because the quality of life that we can give people in Oberon. Much nicer than a lot of other places, certainly not a lot nicer than the Eastern Seaboard itself. And we have several employees that have just serendipitously turned up on our doorstep, in fact.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask another question referring to your written submission again, where you mentioned state agencies that the term you used was seeking to double regulate. And there's quite a lot of detail about the resource impact that that's having on councils, but I was hoping you might be able to provide us with some specific examples, and feel free to take it on notice if you need to, but examples of that double regulation.
So the comment I would make here is that integrated planning and reporting, which is regulated under the Local Government Act, is poorly understood by all state agencies, and it's not leveraged at all well. Happily, we are starting to see some change in that, driven by the joint organisations. So we're hoping that the disaster action plans that are likely to happen across New South Wales will start to leverage integrated planning and reporting. But until the joint organisations working across 8 joint organisations started working collaboratively to put the pressure on the state agencies to start thinking about this, it wasn't going to happen that way. So that's happy. What's sad is anything that we do around water security for our towns, obviously extremely important. At the moment, the strategy for our water systems used to be called integrated water cycle management, is now we're trying really hard to move it across into integrated planning and reporting so it isn't duplicated. At the moment, there's a portal being set up by DCHU, which will have, I think it's 106 items that councils will have to demonstrate that their strategy is sufficient, where at the moment the funded strategies called integrated water cycle management plans funded by the state government are not passing. So the state government is funding strategy and then not approving it. It's madness, where integrated planning and reporting based on ISO 55,000 for asset management is absolutely adequate for strategy. And wouldn't it be great if our state agencies used similar sorts of approaches in their strategy? That would be pretty incredible. Then we can actually review, are they good enough? Is our asset management good enough through our audit risk and improvement regulated framework? So just if the state agencies just looked at the existing systems under the Local Government Act instead of reinventing their own to regulate, we would be in a much better place.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm happy to pass to my colleagues.
Good morning, Jenny and Mark. Sam Faraway here. Firstly, from the outset, good to see you, and a big shout out to the Central West JO. You do a fantastic job. I wanted to turn my questions to some different topics, if that's all right. And firstly, I wanted to talk about in the Central West JO, you have councils that are heavily impacted by mining, and you may have the one mining operation over a couple of different LGAs as well. And I wanted to talk about how those councils have received funding, over the previous 5-10 years, let's say, and their outlook for the next few years, and the change in funding programs like Resources for Regions. And the reason I raise this and my questioning is around equity and making it equitable for those councils to know what sort of funding they have from having those mining activities in their communities, and the impact on those communities moving forward through an SRV, because they no longer have that baseline support coming. So can you, from the JO's perspective, give us a bit of insight for the councils that are impacted, and I'm thinking Blaney, Cabonne, Orange, how their outlook is around SRVs and sustainability without that funding?
I'm happy to have a crack at that one, Mark. Rightio. So, yeah, we do have a number of councils in this situation, and certainly we've got, I'm going to call out Parks, is feeling very sad at the moment with the sovereign change in the funding program for our regional councils. It is really tough. Some of our councils are more able to weather it, but others aren't. I can take on notice the actual financial impact from our members, if that's helpful. I don't know the exact dollars at the moment, but I can say, there is an opportunity for you good decision makers sitting in the room there in Dubbo to have a really good look at the impacts of the funding of our renewable energy network that we're building across regional New South Wales at the moment. I have put a case study into the submission that just points at the extent to which our councils, who make a contribution of something like, I'm going to estimate, $900,000 a year buying large generation certificates, that's a significant number, right, from as we purchase electricity. Wouldn't it be nice if somehow the system was able to get some of the funds for the incentivisation of renewables to go back to the impacted communities? And you'll see in the submission that I talk about it being 0.7% of LGCs without even the profits on top of the renewables. That's where we're at. And it's really unfortunate that our communities are not being compensated.
Thank you, Jenny. And I think it goes to that point about how to make it equitable for those communities that have those industries in their LGA and all the challenges that come from hosting mining or new renewable energy projects, but without any dividend for the community and reinvestment. And I suppose those councils, in your view, they need to be thought of as part of government's approach, don't they, in terms of that continued investment and somehow reinvesting those royalties or a portion of the royalties back into these communities, whether it's for transition or whether it is to help and assist with those LGAs with the extra cost and burden in hosting those projects or industries and community infrastructure. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Have a look at what's going on at Lithgow and compare what's going on at Lithgow to Collie in Western Australia. You know, it's really very poor the way we look after our regional communities that have these impacts. I'm going to ask Councillor Kellam to speak both about forestry and the impacts of forestry and then the wind farms in forests in Oberon.
Thanks, Jenny. We don't have any mines, but we do have a significant forestry industry. One of the great disadvantages we have is that half of our LGA is state forests, which is Crown land, and is unrateable. We're foregoing something over $1 million a year in rates. And the Forestry Corporation and the Forestry Minister will tell me that where forestry is a good neighbour and we're allowed to use their roads for recreation and other things, but at the end of the day, we're $1 million short on our rate takings. The current processes going on in our LGA for renewable energy projects, the community and the council is completely sidelined by the state significant development process. We get little say in anything. The only place we can make a significant effect is during community consultation and holding the companies to account to do that properly, and also in our ability to influence the outcomes of some of the EIS processes. And the community is not happy. As a council, we're not happy with the way this is conducted. I've heard a senior state minister say that she wants councillors to be partners. Partners implies an equal benefit. We don't get the benefit, we get the dirty work to do.
A follow-up question, and firstly, to acknowledge, Mark, I was in your town last night, Oberon, and went to the town hall meeting, and I don't know, I've never seen so many people pile into the Oberon RSL before, but I support your position around the community, not being happy and trying, in council and the community trying to find a solution. But to follow up around forestry and rates payable, that $1 million that you're unable to collect, how does that compare to your total rate base? How is that proportionate to your total rate base?
In terms of rates collected, that's a deficit of about 20%.
Yeah, okay, so it's quite significant. Just moving on before I have to hand over to my colleagues, I wanted to bring in Jenny. Maybe this one might be, well, for either of you, but it's about water utilities. And I know the Central West JO over a long period of time, as you highlighted earlier, has been leading in training new engineers, new sewage treatment plant operators. But with regard to water utilities more broadly, they're costly to run. The infrastructure, the legacy infrastructure that you have in particular across the Central Tablelands and Central West is significant. Is there merit in looking at having one water utility, for instance, like a Central Tablelands Water that could maintain the water infrastructure across more than one LGA? Is there any efficiency in that longer term, and has the JO looked at that?
The board's policy position, which I 100% personally support, is that each community should have control over as much of its assets as possible, including its water utilities. There are very different levels of water security, and some of our communities have got lots of water and it's a point of difference for them. Other communities have got quite poor water security.
So in terms of where you've got LGAs that cross over and share or could share not the same infrastructure, but interconnected infrastructure, do you believe that on a case-by-case basis there may be merit in having a dedicated water utility that looked after that infrastructure and possibly more than one or a couple of LGAs versus then the cost of each LGA having their own engineers, looking after their own infrastructure and not having scale? Because I suppose that's the real point to this, isn't it? It's about finding scale to maintain the infrastructure, which a lot of smaller regional councils would really struggle with.
We do, through the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Water Utilities Alliance, offer scale in a number of areas. And the board's position is that we can build pipelines and run them through instruments rather than through ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. In terms of my questions, I might start with yourself, Ms. Bennett. Just in terms of the role of the joint organisation, just wondered if you could talk more about the benefit that you provide your member councils.
So we actually calculate the benefit every year. We measure the cost savings on the 27 contracts that we run on behalf of our members. We measure the grant funding. We measure anything that's got a dollar, we measure it. And last financial year that came out at 9.4 to 1 as ROI. So it's obviously substantial. However, we are a mature JO.
Okay.
So in my view, with the support that should have happened when joint organisations were brought in under the Destination 2036 process, which unfortunately devolved into amalgamations, instead of building up these regional collaborations of joint organisations and supporting them effectively. So now we do have some challenges across the joint organisation network where some collaborations are stepping away from the model.
And in terms of the 9.4 return on investment that you mentioned, that figure, how have you managed to achieve that?
Most of it's with cost savings through aggregated procurement.
Okay.
So for example, the contract that we provide for bitumen, we were able to compare with the community of Eurobodalla. Our members pay 30% less.
Wow.
That's just one example. Yep.
And so are there other examples? So obviously in procurement, you're assisting councils through this aggregated procurement model. Do you have an idea of how much per year you're saving councils by procuring across the region?
That's from procurement? Yeah, I can give you that table. I'll have to take that on notice, but yes, we actually track every contract.
That would be very interesting to see. Thank you. Your submission also notes that JOs are different to councils, but that the audit costs are the same. How does that affect you?
So the overall audit costs now are cheaper, but they're much higher than they used to be before we went to the Auditor General, and some joint organisations are seeing really significant numbers coming across their desk. Mm-hmm. So obviously it's a financial impost. Obviously we need to be good with public money. We need to be able to demonstrate ongoing value. But it's kind of another example of how if it's good for the goose, it should be good for the gander. So let's have a look at the Auditor General's examination of what was DPE water in 2020 and see now, has there been any demonstrable improvement? Will the 106 elements that we have to demonstrate that we can actually run a strategy, that we can actually do a good enough strategy? I mean, it's outrageous that we have to be doing all this when in 2020 the Auditor General said to the department, you are not doing this well. Well, let me tell you, they're not doing it well still. So when does the sort of parity between the expectations of what should be going on with councils happens to our own state agencies?
Yeah. You mentioned also the cost of the audit and risk committee and the audit fees being quite a high proportion of your total membership fees at around 43%. How does that happen?
It wasn't for our joint organisation. Yeah, that wasn't for our joint organisation. That was for another joint organisation.
sorry.
I think it might have been.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
it was for a different JO because we've got, a bigger income at the end of the day than some other joint organisations. But yes, it is. It's really tough. And at the moment we're trying to negotiate, because we're significantly different businesses to general purpose councils, we're trying to negotiate a shared ARIC between JOs, even if we have to do them at all. Broadly, they're very small organisations with no assets. So, and no rate base, no rate payers, no planning control. So what is it that we're auditing? What do we need this higher level of assurance for these tiny little entities? It doesn't make sense.
So do you have a suggestion for a different model or a different approach?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've written to the department a number of times with lots of good ideas. We're just hoping to get some common sense coming back our way. So, for example, it could be, what is the total income of your joint organisation? What is the total income from fees for your joint organisation, and set a number on that before you need the audit to happen? There are a number of different ways we could peel the pineapple.
Sure. Okay. And is that something that you're happy to share with the committee in terms of those suggestions?
Sent to the department, yes.
Thank you. That is about the end of my questions. Did you, just looking to my colleagues to see whether you had any more? No. Okay. Stephen isn't here. Was there anything else that you wanted to add or share with us this morning, Ms. Bennett or Councillor Callum, in addition to your submission or the comments that you've already made?
A couple of things I'd like to mention.
Sure, go for it.
I think one of the impediments to being able to deliver infrastructure and services is the relationship between the bureaucracy of the state government and councils. And it is often a paternalistic relationship. The state agencies don't trust councils. Councils don't trust state agencies. And it is not necessarily a good working relationship. The item, the DPI water issue, we've had a sewage treatment plant that we've been trying to get built for some time. We spent 2 years trying to convince DPI that we had a growing population. All we had to do was look at the census statistics for 2 consecutive censuses, and they did not believe it and said we will stick with the common planning system assumptions, which are that if you're a small rural community, you're declining. That has now added $5 million to the costs of that sewage treatment plant. That means we're going to have to borrow another $5 million to get it done. That is a huge compliance cost and is just unacceptable in my head. The rate caps that we've been dealing with for the last decades have proven to be a failure. You look at the number of councils that are going through the SRV process, and that is a response to that failure. And that is, again, unacceptable. And it has taken a long time to even look like turning that around. And I'm very pleased that the current IPART Commissioner has chosen to go on a different path. And I'll go back to the other statement I made earlier about being partners. It's very difficult to be partners with an organisation which treats you poorly. Partnership means equal opportunity and something that's an advantage to both sides, and that does not happen. There needs to be a fundamental change in the way bureaucracy looks at local councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kellam. Thank you both so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry this morning. With questions that were taken on notice, of which I believe there was a couple, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you for the details of that, and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll now have a short 15-minute break before our next witness, or 13-minute break. Yep. Thank you, and welcome to our next witness. Thank you for appearing today and making time to give evidence to this inquiry. If I could ask you to start by stating your name, position, title, and swearing either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Dickerson, Mayor of WA Regional Council, and do I need to have my hand on the Bible to do the oath? Sure. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, thank you. Financial sustainability obviously is the number one issue that this council talks about, councils when we gather together, because all of the wonderful things that councils do across the state, the wonderful things that this council does, it's not possible unless we've got a financial or a stable base from a financial perspective. So certainly financial sustainability is important for us, but it's a challenge. One of the huge challenges that we found is that people expect a lot from their council, the services, the facilities that we've got. People have high expectations from their council. And in my time on council so far, 20 years ago I was first elected, I think those expectations have grown. Unfortunately, the ability for us to generate income has not grown at the same rate. And you also get, and I'm sure you've heard it many times, cost shifting. In fact, when I first was elected in 2004, one of the first things I heard was about cost shifting, both from state and federal governments. And I didn't really understand what it meant in 2004. And even today, I understand vaguely what cost shifting means, but I see it in so many subtle ways. And we see things, for example, in planning, the planning portal that's been introduced. It's been introduced for a number of good, valid reasons, makes planning more open, makes planning more transparent. I think the logic behind it is fantastic, but when I look at what we need from a staffing perspective, there's approximately one staff member that's dedicated to running the planning portal for the state government. So we see a number of those type of examples of cost shifting, but overall, we need to make sure that we've got a valid, viable government. We've got extreme pressures. If we looked at our financial sustainability going forward and we were to put rate rises in place to cover that, we'd have a 37% rate increase over the next 4 years. We're not doing that. We don't want to do that for our ratepayers. We want to see that we can keep our rate peg at the absolute maximum that we have. But to do that, we need to work with government. One of the real issues that we see with government to make it easier for councils is the sawtooth funding model that we get for grants. A very difficult part is looking at those grants, looking in particular at those capital grants. It might vary over the last 5 years, anywhere from $30 million in a year to $17 million. We don't know when we're going to get those grants. We don't know whether we're going to be successful. There's a cost to apply for those grants. And some councils, and not always Dubbo, but some councils I know, make a decision not to put grant applications in simply because they can't afford to put a grant application in, but they need the money from those grants. Some type of model, such as the federal government has with the federal assistance grants, something like that I think would make a lot of sense from the state government, where there was money apportioned to local government in a measured way, make budgeting easier. It actually save a lot of staff time, both from our perspective and from the state government, not having to process all those applications and go through that. Still the ability to have competitive abilities out there for different grant applications, but putting the majority into that, knowing that there is a fairly consistent stream of money that flows, but again, knowing how much that is and budgeting for all that at the beginning is a very difficult process. Overall, it's not just this state, it's not just this country. We see this problem everywhere, and one of the things I was lucky enough to do was last year I led a delegation over to Japan to compare local government in Japan to local government in Australia. And the number one issue they had was financial sustainability. And it was no surprise to everyone in the room from the Australian side that this was the number one issue over there as well. It is an issue everywhere. How do we solve it? That's the real issue, I suppose, the real question here. And there are a number of ways that I think we could solve this issue. Again, that funding stream that I talked about before, but even some of the competitive processes. One of the issues we see is the audit office now, the audit fees that we're paying. We don't have any choice. We have to use the audit office, and we have to pay the amount of money that the audit office tells us we've got to pay. RFS, Emergency Services Levy, 57% increase in the Emergency Services Levy over the last 5 years. We've got a whole range of different pressures on us. The Electoral Commission, the amount we're charged for an election, seems to go up at an incredible rate. Yes, we could use an external provider, but the reality is it would be very difficult to do that, so we just have to pay the amount the Electoral Commission asks for. A whole range of those different costs we seem to be imposed on council, and at the coalface, we're still trying to deliver those services. We've had a debate recently about one of our businesses, the sale yards. That's a business that many people in Dubbo saw that should be run for the community. trying to get to a business like that to make money for the community and deliver a return to the community is difficult when you're still trying to keep everything at as a lower rate as possible. But we run a number of businesses. We run a childcare centre. We have a caravan park. We've got the sale yards I mentioned. We've got an airport. So we've got a number of businesses. We try and use that to return money back to our community. But again, running those businesses with the overhead you have with the council is quite difficult. But that's what councils have got to do. They've got to try and work out ways that we can deliver more for our community. It's not as easy as lifting rate pegging because we've still got problems with our ability to pay in our community. Our CIFA score of 966 is not the lowest in the state, but it's certainly not the best in the state. So when you talk about CIFA scores and the ability to pay, lifting rate pegging, all that would mean was that more people would have an inability to pay. We know that we've got a homeless problem in terms of across the state, including Dubbo. We know that housing pressure is quite incredible. Our median house price just hit $562,000. One of our competitive advantages used to be low house prices, but now we're at the point where those house prices are climbing, which is great for investors, but it still makes that housing affordability tougher. We start raising rates above a level that might be rate pegging. That still puts more pressure on the community, on those people in the community for their ability to pay. A whole range of pressures there, a whole range of issues, maybe efficiencies in government, but maybe one of the other ideas, the workplace hub that's being modified here in Dubbo, fantastic. Seeing more of those in regional areas, seeing more of the staff that are working for the government in regional locations certainly would help that income levels for various areas. And I think looking at ways that we could generate more efficiency between state government and local government so we can deliver the services on the ground but use some of the larger purse, if you like, of the state government would help. That's probably enough for an opening statement. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. In terms of questions, I'm happy to start. Or you start? No? Okay. Look, thank you for appearing today, Councillor Dickerson. Dubbo's recorded a fairly consistent deficit over the last few years. Why is this?
It really comes down to the ability for our residents to pay. We've tried to avoid as much as possible we have avoided a rate rise above rate pegging. The last rate rise above rate pegging that went through was back approximately 2008, and that was a specific rate increase for our Dubbo Regional Theatre and Convention Centre. And that's a perfect example. That's a facility that's provided for 200,000 people in the region, but Dubbo ratepayers are paying that. When we go through and look at our finances and try and get to the stage where you're delivering a balanced budget, that is a challenge to deliver the services that are required by the community while still delivering a balanced budget. We've gotten back to the point where we're balancing our budget now. A few years ago, certainly it was larger in the red. There were about a 3-year period there. There was approximately a $20 million deficit recorded. But again, it's a challenge to get that back to the stage where it's not only in the black but start to fill that hole in. But that still doesn't go to the point I made earlier where we're still able to deliver all those services the community wants. They would love to see more services. They'd love to see more mowing. They'd love to see our entrances look better, trying to do all of that with the limited income we've got and the limited ability, I suppose, to get those various monies from other levels of government.
So what needs to change to fix it, would you say?
Well, that's an excellent question. That's really part of that whole process. In terms of the governance of council, the overall administration of government or of council, we've certainly seen changes there where there are more compliance processes that we need to go through, more things where the state government has pushed some costs on the council. State significant developments. We've got some state significant developments that are happening around this area, which is fantastic. Our staff need to take up their time to actually analyse and make comment on those SSDs, but we don't get paid anything. There's not like a DA where we get paid a fee. So that would be something where the state government could say, well, we're paid a fee for that. We'll pay you to actually help with that. Are there different areas where the state government could say, we realise there are costs being imposed on council, we'll share some of that burden with you and actually pay you for some of that. We don't get paid by the state government to process those, to make comments on those. The state government obviously reaps some rewards out of that. We're very lucky compared to other councils in the fact that we've got a renewable energy zone on our doorstep. One of the things that's fantastic with that is that we get community benefits funds if we're good negotiators, if we've got a good operator to work with. One of the issues that I've certainly talked to the Minister, Penny Sharp, about is a consistent process there. That would take away our staff time. At the moment, we've got 37 projects in the area. Our staff having individual negotiations with those proponents, multiple negotiations, come back to council for a council resolution, goes forward to go through that process for each of those. If there was a consistent guideline, for example, where the state government said, how can we work with councils Let's have consistent guidelines. Every proponent knows they need to pay, for example, 1.5% of capital investment value would save our staff time, and those proponents would know what they need to pay. It's left up to us for our individual negotiation skills. So a whole range of areas there, certainly cost shifting is a part of it, a whole range of areas there where additional compliance, additional regulatory compliance is being imposed on council without an additional income stream to offset that. And I suppose I don't need to repeat the things like the costs from the RFS, the Red Fleet, the Emergency Services Levy, all those ones that I'm sure you hear about every time you do this inquiry.
Yeah. Look, other councils that are sort of similarly large and well-resourced are able to turn a balanced budget. Is there something special about Dubbo that means that you can't?
Well, I think certainly the amalgamation has certainly been a part of that. When we went from the 12th of May 2016, Dubbo City Council, we're in a very strong financial position. Obviously an amalgamation, and I'm not saying that Wellington wasn't in a stronger position, but certainly what we're seeing from that amalgamation is there's a lot of work that has to be done to bring two councils together. That's 8 years ago now that started. That work is still being done. But certainly we've found that some of the asset base across now the whole area is certainly not in the condition we'd love to see it. We've got the 6th largest network of roads across the state. Roads are incredibly expensive. I attend roads congresses and I say, who's going to invent a wonderful machine that's going to go along and magically make our roads better for a cheap price? And everyone laughs at me because that machine doesn't exist. There's a lot of work in roads, a lot of work in keeping those roads up to a correct standard. So we've now got 7,536 square kilometres across the new local government area. We've got approximately 2,800 kilometres of roads that we've got to manage. That is a huge cost in terms of managing all of that, and a huge variety in what we service in terms of the people. So we've got 200,000 people that see Dubbo as a base. So when you talk about from Far West, Bourke, Walgett, Warriner, various areas use Dubbo. Now, the businesses of Dubbo benefit from those various people coming to Dubbo to use our services, but Dubbo Regional Council doesn't receive money for all those people using our service, using what we've got, using our roads, for example, using our facilities. So that means that we're providing a service for a huge area, but we're still able to generate the money from the ratepayers of Dubbo. So other council areas, there's obviously every council area is a bit different, but other council areas may not have some of those same impediments that we do, and certainly the amalgamation in terms of that large area we've now got to cover.
Yeah, thank you. I'll turn to my colleagues now. Honourable Sam Farraway.
Mr Mayor, good to see you again. I'm going to pick up, you obviously mentioned roads, and Dubbo Council has obviously a large road network, not the largest, but a large road network. We've heard throughout the inquiry, obviously, the way state government distributes funds, and we're looking for equity, or the most equitable way to do that. You highlighted that, I think, in some of your answers and in your opening statement. With roads, we've seen, obviously, under the former New South Wales government and the now New South Wales government have continued this for the time being, a change in the way we do road funding, and that is based on the size of road network. In your view, do you believe that is probably for the future the most equitable way to help councils or support councils with additional state funding to support their local road network?
There's certainly no perfect formula, but what I do like about that method is that you start with a basic formula that says, and debate the formula as much as you like, but you get a formula that makes it a consistent and hopefully as fair as possible method of delivering money for roads. The important part about that is it does take a lot of money, as I talked about before, to go through and do grant applications for every different area. So when you've got a road that needs some work, we're putting in grant funding for that. Can we get some money for that? We go through and put a business case together. There's a lot of time and effort from a staff perspective for an unknown to deliver that. So there's a cost associated with that. If you've got a set amount that comes, and for example, if there was a formula that said for the length of the road network, or a formula that, again, can be debated at length and then decided upon, if there was a formula that said your road network, each year we will give you X dollars, we trust you, council, as a democratically elected body, to go and spend that money in the best possible way across your road network. That, to me, would make it very easy, or much easier, for our staff to budget on where that money can be spent. We would know consistently how much money we'd have coming in. We could plan many years in advance. It's quite difficult to plan.
This though, essentially has been happening. There has been a shift under the former coalition government, and now the new South Wales, not so much new anymore, but the current New South Wales government are looking at this. And I think what I found, and I'd like your opinion on this, is that we need to ensure that councils have the unsealed road network included in the funding that's distributed by state, because for so long there hasn't been that funding, correct, for unsealed road networks.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And certainly the unsealed road network is extensive in our case, absolutely. So to get that formula, and again, that's where I think the debate can occur at that formula, but to arrive at a formula that says each council, you know what you're going to receive, budget on that, unsealed, sealed roads, you decide where you're going to spend that money in the best possible way. That, I think, would be much better, and essentially reduce the amount of grant funding that you have to apply for, increase the amount of money you receive on a consistent basis, makes a lot more sense. And again, I think would be better for the state government, and I think there's a lot of trust there from the state government to allow councils to then deliver that in the best possible way.
So what, from your perspective as the Mayor of Dubbo Regional Council, but also your role with regional cities, when we see governments moving back towards a BCR and essentially a beauty contest for, let's just say, road funding in this instance, that really does disadvantage smaller councils, doesn't it? Because they don't have a dedicated grants officer, they don't have the resources of a larger council like Dubbo to be monitoring which grants are available, having a dedicated officer to be putting those applications in, and then essentially you could be competing against Orange or Bathurst or Narromine councils for the same pot of money. That really is not equitable, is it, for regional New South Wales councils, and we should be moving away from that. Would you agree with that view?
One of the things that I've certainly had with discussions with smaller councils than Dubbo in many years gone by has been that sometimes councils make a decision, a conscious decision, not to put a grant application in because they simply can't afford to put the grant application in, which I know sounds counterintuitive because you need the money. So obviously if you can't afford it, you need the money more than ever. But because you don't know whether you're definitely going to get that money, some councils make the decision not to put those grant applications in. So if there was a fairer, a way where money was distributed in a more equitable way across councils. Now, that might mean that Dubbo Regional Council misses out on some money because it's being distributed better, but I think for councils across the state, it would be fairer overall that everyone could bank on a certain amount of money coming in, making budgeting easier, making it easier for everyone to plan their road network, because good councils that I've been involved with in the past and the present plan very well. They don't plan for the next 6 months, the next year, they plan 5 years, 10 years, 20 years in advance. And I remember when I first got back onto council a couple of years ago, we opened Boundary Road, and I remember that planning started about 10 years before that. Now, that road is a very important distributor in our road network. It took about 10 years of planning, getting some grant applications in, getting some money from developers to finally get to the stage where we built that road. But good councils do plan in the long term, but it's much easier to plan if you can say, over the next year, 5 years, 10 years, we know how much money we're coming in for our roads. I still think there's a place for extraordinary projects to be able to have a grant process, but I would support absolutely a reduction in the grants, the ad hoc grants, if you like, the various programs, and an increase in the regular funding that came out to councils.
Is one way to do this, I suppose, from your view, is one way to do this to maybe overhaul the roadblock grants that come annually from state government to councils across regional New South Wales? Should we be looking to overhaul that process, because it hasn't been reviewed in several years now, as a longer term funding model that councils know how much money they've got coming to maintain or support from state government around their local road network?
Yeah, and that's exactly, when I say debate the formula, if you like, looking at an overhaul of that, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Work out a way, and again, have that process through an open public debate. Councils can feed into that. Obviously, ultimately, the state government would make the final decision on that. But at least you would say there's been a process we've gone through and we've now arrived at this formula. Whatever that formula looks like, hopefully it would be as fair a possible formula, and then that would deliver money on a consistent basis to various councils to be able to do their road network.
As chair of regional cities, representing so many different councils across New South Wales, there has been that discussion and policy discussion around betterment funding, in particular on the back of natural disaster events, which, this region has also copped its fair share of that as well. Do you think all levels of government, including local government as well, but particularly state and also the federal government, should be looking at better funding programs or better support around betterment, in particular for roads, when we're rebuilding whether it's local roads, regional roads, or even some of the state highways that your road network here would intersect with? Because I think the community expectation, whether it's a ratepayer or a constituent, is when we're going to build roads back, we should build them back properly to withstand future freight movements, future weather events. Is that something that regional cities has a view on?
Certainly, and I'll talk about one specific example from WA Regional Council to start with. There's a road in our road network called Saxa Road. It's a regional road. There's a causeway on that road that any resident that lives out near that particular area will tell you that every time we get a certain number of millimetres of rain, they know that causeway will have a certain amount of water. They know how much rain you need to be able to take your four-wheel drive across there or just a normal car across there. During the 2022 flooding events, that causeway was essentially destroyed. And so we had discussions with the state government, both the last government and the current government, to go through a process to say there's no point replacing this causeway with another causeway because we know the same problem exists. So the whole betterment process. Now, there was another part of the issue was fisheries because it was in a waterway, so fisheries were involved in that process as well and didn't want the causeway replaced with a causeway. That was another slight spanner in the works, but ultimately we received most of the funding to build a bridge there. Now, for the residents in that area, they saw this as a huge win, but also not just productivity every time it rained when you mightn't be able to get across there or only certain vehicles could get across there, but also when you have major events, it was probably going to be the situation where that causeway was going to be damaged or have money spent on it every 10 years, maybe every 15 years. So logically, the residents in that particular location said, why don't you build a bridge? Now, again, from our perspective, we didn't necessarily have the funds to be able to do that, but going through that process, convincing the powers that be that betterment funding, that making that a better result.
So really, I suppose to the real question is here, Category D disaster funding, that process and the criteria, it shouldn't just be rigid like for like, should it? There should be some flexibility, and that should be the learnings over the natural disaster events that the entire state has endured over the last few years, isn't it? Is that we're not gold plating infrastructure, because that's what they say in Canberra, but it's about building it back better, isn't it? And that's really the expectation of whether, the ratepayers that you represent here, that if you're going to build that back, whether it's a new culvert, better drainage, if you're going to do it properly.
Well, I think people generally understand that you want to make decisions for the long term. Of course, the issue is
but the funding criteria doesn't allow us to do it. It's all case-by-case basis, which isn't really assisting local government, is it?
Well, the problem is, of course, then you've got less money to spend. And again, that's an issue from the state government. I'm not trying to solve that problem for you. But if you spend more money on certain projects, more money on certain projects, that might mean less money for other projects. But if you look at a long-term view of that, certainly it makes sense that there are roads that everyone knows that lives in a certain area that every 5 years that road will be destroyed by certain rain events, and then they fix it up. Why don't they fix it properly? We get that at council as well. Someone will say, why did you patch that road? Why didn't you do it properly? So I think every level of government gets some of that criticism from time to time, but having the funding there to do it properly, to return that back to something we know is going to be long-term. I suppose one of the issues is that sometimes all governments are guilty of this, maybe make decisions in the short term because they want to deliver something for the residents, but maybe taking a broader picture view makes more sense. And in this case, that causeway I gave the example of, we've had to talk to the residents there and say, while we're building a bridge, you're not going to have any crossing there. But the residents said, we understand it'll be very inconvenient while you're fixing it, but once it's done, fantastic. So sometimes it involves a conversation with the community, but absolutely putting things back to a level that's going to be long-term makes a lot more sense.
Thanks. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thanks so much for being here today and also for hosting us in your beautiful city.
Did we charge you for the renting this room, by the way? Is this more cost shifting?
I have to assume that we're paying the appropriate fee for the rental of your space. Thank you.
Stephen said it was for free.
I'd certainly hope not.
My first couple of questions I was hoping to ask you in your capacity of Chair of Regional Cities New South Wales, who've provided a really excellent written submission. In particular, I wanted to draw out the point that Regional Cities New South Wales have made about the role of local government in providing arts and cultural facilities in regional New South Wales. And there was quite a compelling statistic in that submission that 12 individual Sydney-based organisations receive the majority of private sector funding for arts and culture in New South Wales, which then obviously means there's a huge need for public funding to be going to regional facilities. You said in your opening statement that there's an increasing expectation from communities for councils to be providing a whole range of things that, now includes museums and art galleries. I suppose if local government weren't stepping up and showing the leadership and providing those sorts of facilities in regional cities, what would happen? Would regional residents have the opportunity to engage in arts and culture?
You'd have a cultural vacuum if local government didn't provide those facilities. And if I'll talk a little bit about Dubbo, but talk a little bit about regional cities, but use Dubbo as an example. When I was first elected to council in 2004, the major issue at the time was a tiered theatre for Dubbo. We didn't have a tiered theatre at the time. We had a flat floor in our civic centre, but we didn't have a tiered theatre. So that was a major election issue. Councillors adopted that, took that on board. We had a facility that we knew would cost about $14 million to build, and we applied for grants after grants after grants, federal and state, and the total number of grants, the total dollars we received for that facility that we ended up building was approximately $0. So no support from state, no support from federal. Now, I'm going back a long time, I'm going back many years now, but what we ended up doing was, as I said before, the last rate rise above rate pegging that we've had for Dubbo City Council or Dubbo Regional Council was to build that theatre. It was a 2.5% rate rise over 2 years. So not a huge rate rise, but we spoke to the community and said this is important for the community, and the community support us in the main for that particular facility. So we built that facility, fantastic. We opened that in 2010, and most people now would say, I'm quite comfortable with that rate rise. But without that rate rise, and in all my time involved in local government, I've been involved in one rate rise above rate pegging, and that was it, to build the theatre. That theatre that we've got still costs us money to run, so we don't make a profit on that theatre. About 30% of the people that come and attend that theatre come from outside our LGA. So the point that I made before, that we're providing services for the region, that's a perfect example of that. Now, I see that as a tourism attraction for Dubbo. People come to that theatre, they attend the theatre, often they're at night time, so they stay overnight in a motel. We provide that theatre. We don't make money out of that. A motel makes some money out of that. They use our road, they use our facilities. We're providing that for not just Dubbo, but for the region. Similarly, with our Western Plains Cultural Centre that was opened back in 2007, that was a process where it was an old high school, a high school called Dubbo High School. We approached the state government in the early 2000s to have that high school, which was no longer being used, gifted to Dubbo City Council. We had to pay for it. There was no gifting there, so we paid for that facility. We spent money on that facility, and again, that now is a fantastic facility. Our number one visited facility that Dubbo Regional Council owns is that facility. About 150,000 people a year go through that. Again, over 30% of people that go through that are from outside the LGA. That's not just limited to Dubbo. We, as regional cities, will go around, and we mainly meet in Sydney, but we do go around and do some visits to other areas. We've been to places like Tweed and Lismore after the floods to see the damage done there. We've been to Albury and Wagga recently. All of these regional cities you go to have some type of cultural facilities. It's difficult to make money out of cultural facilities. It's difficult to build facilities that are profit generating, but for the community, and to have a well-rounded community, to have a mature community, I think, and certainly the community agrees, councils agree, that culture is a vital part of that. And if I go back to 2004 when I was first elected, Dubbo had a very strong range of facilities from a sporting perspective, but I am happy to admit that I don't think we had enough for our cultural facilities. Where we're sitting right now, this used to be our cultural centre. And when I say a cultural centre, it was probably 4 or 5 pieces in this facility. It was a very small facility. What we've got now is a wonderful facility. So we really had a vacuum there from a cultural perspective. Dubbo's matured a lot in the last 20 years. We've now got, I think, a very strong cultural presence, a very strong group of people in our community that are involved in arts and culture, and that's for the benefit of Dubbo. Dubbo is a richer place because of that. The costing of that, Dubbo City Council, Dubbo Regional Council have borne the costs of that over those years.
Thank you. The 2 examples you've provided from your own community in Dubbo are really excellent examples. Thank you. And I would be interested on notice if you could go back to the other members of regional cities New South Wales. I imagine that they would have similar examples of the benefit to the broader region of the arts and cultural facilities that they're providing. Happy
to do that. And I've got examples of the facilities, but I don't know the exact costings for some of those other facilities that are in those other environments. But certainly it's a part of that. But I'll find out some more of those numbers for you, because I think it's a very valid point that you're making, that culture is needed across the entire state, not just in Sydney. So for us to provide that, we end up providing what the community wants, even if we have to work out how to fund it in some way, shape or form.
Thank you. Similarly, the Regional Cities New South Wales submission raised the issue of regional airports, and it provided the statistic that 60% of regional airports are operating at a loss. Now, obviously, even airports that aren't, say, viable for commercial passenger routes are still really important, even just for health services, emergency services, to be able to access, I think, the whole community of New South Wales needs for those regional airports to exist. But some regional cities and some of your members obviously have airports that are profitable and that are run very well. I'm interested in maybe what work Regional Cities New South Wales is actually doing to coordinate and facilitate any of that work, but also what's needed from state government to support those airports to be viable.
Well, we did meet with Catherine King recently. We did offer to give her back all the airports because the federal government gave those to councils back around 1970, but Catherine politely declined the offer to take back all the airports. They are a drain on most councils. Dubbo isn't. Dubbo's quite fortunate. During COVID it was a drain, but Dubbo, we do have enough passenger numbers to actually support a profitable venture there. But there's a few issues when we talk about airports. And when I say Dubbo's profitable running that, we've been fortunate enough to be able to receive grants for some major infrastructure. But even at the moment, we've been talking to the state government about a grant in the vicinity of $60 million to provide some additional runway lengthening and strengthening of our airport, not so much for our passenger traffic, but for the large aerial tankers that are used for the Rural Fire Service. At the moment, there is an RJ85 that comes each summer and stays at the airport, but that lease for that runs out in another year and the RFS will start to use their 737s. Their 737s can't use our airport, both for the strength and for the length of that particular airport. So there's certainly an issue from providing services, not just to passengers, but that large aerial tanker is a perfect example of that. One of the things with airports, absolutely a vital link to the rest of the state. So airports across regional cities, New South Wales, are vital links for those. And as you've alluded to, not just a vital link for that particular community, not just being able to fly into Wagga or into Albury or into Dubbo, but being able to provide services to that entire region. Many people from the region here talk about the fact that they come into Dubbo Regional Airport and then fly to medical appointments, fly to wherever they might need to fly from Sydney or maybe beyond from there because they're not serviced by those other airports. So they're vital. Part of the issue there is whenever we talk about putting our fees up for passenger traffic, whether it be Qantas or Rex or whoever you might be using for those particular carriers, there's pressure from those carriers, obviously, to keep those prices as low as possible because they want to keep their ticket prices as low as possible. So that certainly is an issue. So we're trying to work with our community to say that we can make this airport at least break even, hopefully return some money back to the community, but then the pressure from the airlines to keep those fares low as possible, and also for that airline to be viable for people in your community to use it. What we really rely on from the state government, largely, and sometimes the federal government, is grants for major infrastructure. And exactly as was discussed before in terms of roads, having some consistent funding for roads, having a program where you know that you could bank on money for airports for that major infrastructure, not for running costs. I think if regional cities that have got airports as part of those facilities knew that their capital infrastructure upgrades were taken care of, running on a day-to-day basis, I think most of those would be able to get to the stage where they're delivering a profit. But when we've got to account for depreciation, our accounting standards say we've got to account for depreciation, when we've got to actually pay for that infrastructure, pay for those capital infrastructure upgrades, that makes it very difficult to deliver a profitable airport. So I suppose from a regional city's perspective, if there was a program where we knew we could have capital purchases, large capital purchases funded by external body, state government, for example, I think we could probably get to the stage where a model could be delivered where we could actually get the operational, the day-to-day basis, getting to the stage where we're actually in the black for those.
Thank you. I did have one last question, if I may, Chair, which was about the toilet that was built last year at Lions West Park, which received quite a lot of media attention. I understand that was quite an expensive public toilet relative to other councils and that it had a relatively unusual design. What kind of strategic plans or policies does Dubbo Council have to determine the design or the needs for public toilets?
Well, I don't want to be too harsh on you here, but you've been given incorrect information. The last 3 toilets that have been built, toilet facilities that have been built by Dubbo Regional Council have been priced, one in Church Street, approximately $500,000, one in Cameron Park in Wellington, approximately $300,000. The toilet that you've mentioned there in Lion Park West was approximately $300,000. So in terms of more expensive, when you take into account the building cost increases over those previous two toilets, the Cameron Park toilet was a $300,000 one. This toilet that was built several years after that. And we all know the building costs have gone up quite dramatically. For a stay there during COVID, building costs were going up around 10 or 12% a year. So over those last three toilets, the most recent one built, Lions Park West, was built cheaper, certainly in relative terms, in real terms, built cheaper than the previous two, but more importantly, actually delivered more cubicles, more facilities for the public than the previous two toilets that were built in terms of the ability for a number of people to go to the toilet. So that was actually a very cost-effective toilet that was built, and certainly for the community, much more beneficial because the number of people that go to the toilet. Now, part of the commentary you might be coming from there might be the fact that the construction method that was used with that was 3D printing. And I'm very excited about this concept because the state government at the moment, as we speak, is actually funding more 3D printing facilities in Dubbo for social housing. And I'm happy to give you a 3-minute history on this as well, just to make sure you've got the correct information. I'm not sure what time I've got, how long I've got left, but if you've got 3 minutes to hear
9 minutes.
9 minutes left. Okay, I've definitely got 3 minutes then. So we, in terms of some land development the council does, one of the ways we try and make sure we've got enough land development in Dubbo is we are a land developer in Dubbo as well as other private developers. And 2 years ago, we reserved in a future land development of Dubbo 4 blocks of that for a new method of construction, which we believed would be cheaper and faster to try and solve the housing crisis. So we reserved 4 blocks of that for 3D printed toilets. That meant we weren't going to build those, we were going to construct those, but we were flagging to the industry that we had 4 blocks reserved for 3D printed housing. That created a huge amount of interest, and we ended up doing video conference with approximately 7 different companies that would be able to be providing that type of facility. We weren't ready to build those at the time, but we thought that was interesting, the amount of interest that was there. When we had a toilet block that was ready to be replaced, that was in our budget from several years earlier. There was $300,000 in our budget for a toilet facility to be replaced. When we went to that one, we said, well, this would be a great chance to test out the process of 3D printing. And so we put that out to tender. We got a tender that came in at about the price, the $300,000 that I mentioned there. And so we went ahead with that particular company to build those toilets. They were built in an incredibly quick time. The process we found absolutely fascinating, but it also gave our staff the chance to go through an approval process. How do you approve a 3D printed product? How do you look at the construction of that? It was actually a spectator sport during the printing process there, the number of people who were interested in that, and the number of people that have visited from both levels of government, from individual firms, from architectural firms, etc. So that was built, an incredibly successful process. That stands there today. I'd encourage you to go and visit that when you leave today. It's quite a fascinating, it's a tourist attraction in its own right. But on the back
my intention to visit this afternoon. I just had a couple of follow-up questions if I can. It's been really helpful for you to clarify some of this. When I was trying to Google sort of comparator toilets, this one you might have to take on notice because you've cited the cost of some of the other toilets that you've built, was Boganshire Council at Larkin Oval. They built a toilet block of 7 single-use cubicles with disability access for $128,000, which seems significantly less than the other toilets that you've cited at Dubbo. So I think there's a question on notice here about perhaps the tendering and procurement process that Dubbo's going through for the construction of their toilets. But the other question I want to ask about, the really innovative process that you've gone through, and particularly if that's something Dubbo's going to continue to invest in moving forward, is if there's been any work done with those providers about the design of public toilets. With apologies, Chair, that this is of particular interest to me from my time as Deputy Mayor of Albury City Council, when we were looking at best practice single cubicle design, and that was particularly called for from people with disability and people who need to access public toilets with carers or parents of young children. Is there going to be capacity moving forward with that construction style to do best practice single cubicle design?
Well, I'm not sure about the best practice single cubicle because I'm not convinced that is best practice according to our community. But in terms of the actual construction, obviously 3D printed, the beauty of 3D printed is you can use that to produce any design you want. So if you want single cubicle, absolutely. If you want the more common open cubicle, that's certainly able to be done. But one of the interesting things was we approved our budget last night at our council meeting, and one of the components of that budget was to investigate the Cameron Park toilets that I mentioned before, because there have been complaints loud and clear from the community since the building of that toilet, because they replaced the open cubicle style toilet that was there previously with single cubicle, and there's been complaints from the Wellington community since that time. So part of our budget process last night was to look at what we will be doing to actually fix that problem in Wellington, because now there aren't enough toilets in Cameron Park in Wellington to service the residents of Wellington. So the single cubicle certainly hasn't been adopted or approached or accepted, I suppose, by the community, and that Wellington example is a clear example of that.
I think I've probably indulged enough time of the committee talking about public toilets.
But I'll just mention...
I don't have anything further.
I'll finish one last item there while I look at the watch there to see how I'm going for time. One of the things that I think is absolutely critical about that 3D printed toilet that we mentioned before was the fact that now we've had discussions with state government, with federal government about this process, because we know we've got a housing crisis. And we've led the way in this. There's no other government across the nation that's produced a 3D piece of printed infrastructure. Again, the government, as it stands at the moment, is funding social housing in Dubbo on the back of that. Now, the 3D printed process for the state government is exciting, because not only is there a fast, efficient way to produce more housing, but the ongoing maintenance, where sometimes maintenance is quite expensive with social housing, the ongoing maintenance of a double-skin concrete wall is very attractive. So expect to see more 3D printed housing, and I'm very proud to say that Dubbo has led the way. Dubbo's led the way for state government and federal government to be able to develop this type of housing.
Has it still got cracks in it? Sorry, I'm just Googling. I'm genuinely interested. The first thing that comes up is cracks appear in Dubbo's $300,000 3D printed toilet block.
So any concrete structure will have some micro cracking. The concrete slab, excuse me, that we're sitting on now will have some micro cracking in it. So the micro cracking in that, when that was built, we specifically said to the builders, don't paint it, because we want to see how it performs in the environment. Micro cracks appear, which everyone expected to appear. Once those micro cracks appear, and the builder of that saw that at their expense, that was part of the contract, they've then painted that, patched the cracks and painted that. No one's concerned about those cracks.
Very good to hear. Were there any further questions from any of my colleagues? No? Did you have any final remarks you wish to make in the last 3 minutes that we've got?
I'm disappointed that in an inquiry into the financial sustainability of local government across the state, that we end up talking about cracks in a toilet.
It's all to do with financial sustainability and the decisions that councils are making to invest in services to provide for their communities over the long term. Thank you. We'll now have a short break for 15 minutes. Welcome, and thanks so much to our next witnesses for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Could I ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation?
My name is David Shirley. I'm the General Manager of Bathurst Regional Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Aaron Jones. I'm the Director of Corporate Services and Finance at Bathurst Regional Council. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name is Ian Clayton, Manager of Property and Revenue at Midwestern Regional Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Oh, look, I might, if I'm allowed to.
Please do.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and address the committee. It really is appreciated, and from our industry, it is an important matter, the long-term financial sustainability of the council. Just quickly, in terms of the submission we put in, I think a lot of it will have a commonality across the industry. Certainly, I won't go on more about rate pegging. You are aware of the issues there. The special rate variation process has probably been discussed on a number of occasions, and I think what we've put in there covers it. Cost of service delivery, I'd only just draw a point, and it is in ours, that the costs continue to increase, and I think a number of items such as the rate peg each year just doesn't keep pace with it, and I think that's something we need to see how that can be dealt with. And then the other one I just sort of want to quickly mention, because it's one that doesn't really get talked about a lot, but it's two things: the expectations of our community as to the level of services they receive. And we're particularly seeing that in locations such as Bathurst, where we're getting more and more people coming out of the city area, and they expect a higher level of service than what has traditionally been there. As a former amalgamated council in 2004, we amalgamated with the Donut Council around us, Shire. We're seeing they were brought over with basically the same revenue rates in place. What we're seeing is that there is a desire for the same level of service to be provided into the rural areas as what is in the city area, and that is something that is difficult to come to grips with, and the funding of it. The other one, and we always talk about cost shifting, but the one I'd like to raise is the movement of responsibilities. And if you don't mind me, I'll give the
Please.
two examples that I think are two really good examples. One of them is the recent movement, particularly through the federal government, of the Modern Slavery Act compliance. And what's happening with that is councils are being expected to proof check or truth test their suppliers as to their position with respect to the Modern Slavery Act. So as a council, a good example, we've got over 4,000 creditors, and we're expected to go and examine all those 4,000 creditors, liaise with them to see that what their compliance is in terms of the Modern Slavery Act. It seems to me that it's a bit around the wrong way, in that that's being imposed down at a local government level, whereabouts surely there should be an overarching compliance listing and whatever coming from the federal government. We're probably finding that and this is just a small example, that our purchasing officer is spending 1 to 3 hours at least each week in trying to check those, writing off, and it will continue on. We're working with the Central New South Wales JO to try and do it as a bit of a combined operation to try and reduce the costings, but it would have seemed to me to be a logical thing to go at a higher level, and it'll be something that will continue to the future. And another example that I would just use is the recent movement with respect to cemeteries, whereabouts the operation of rural and old Crown land cemeteries is being imposed on councils. we're being told that there is a level that they must be maintained at, and that we then become the cemetery operator. Traditionally, in a place like Bathurst, we have one main cemetery, which we have contracted out to a private operator, and there's probably around about 16 or 18 small rural cemeteries. Of those, only 6 operate, and those 6 probably take about 3 burials a year. The difficulty we will have is that we're being imposed on us to maintain the cemeteries at a certain level, which weren't the council. We're being told that we now become the operator of the cemeteries. And then, so if people want to be buried, we don't even know, because some of these cemeteries go back to the gold rush days. If they want to be buried in them, no one knows when you dig up the ground whether there's actually a coffin there. So that's going to require a lot of work to survey and possibly things like ground penetrating radar. The reason I raise it, it's an important issue for community as to their cemeteries. I think, though, that there is an unforeseen circumstance occurring that it's being put onto the councils, but someone's got to find the money to pay for it. And those costings aren't necessarily built into our operating structures or IPART. And at the same time, we're also going to be asked to collect a levy on behalf of the state government for every person that's put into the ground. Now, that's all right, but again, it's a levy that presumably we will collect, but with no revenues. So generally, as I said, the other items are pretty much covered there. And just one little quick comment from what was raised with the Mayor of Dubbo. Certainly agree with him about the issue of cultural facilities. We're a major cultural facility provider, and it is a role that particularly the regional cities are having more and more, not thrust on them, but taken up to ensure our community growth and health and wellbeing.
Thank you. Did you also have an opening, any of you have an opening statement to make?
Not for me, thank you.
If I may, just briefly.
Please do. Yep.
I apologise that our General Manager and Director Corporate weren't able to be here today. I have my area of specialty is on the revenue side of the ledger, but I do have a pretty good understanding of the issues Council's facing more broadly. But if there are things that I'm unable to articulate, I'd be happy to take those on notice today.
Thank you, and thank you for making time to appear. It's much appreciated. I'll now move to questions. Looking to my colleagues. Did you want to start?
Yeah, I can.
Sam, yep. Honourable Sam Farraway.
Firstly, welcome to today's hearing, and I'll declare from the beginning I'm a ratepayer in the Bathurst Regional Council, so the GM and Director here are for the council where I live. But I wanted to you, Mr. Shirley, obviously Bathurst has been through the SRV process a few months ago, and it was quite a harrowing experience for anyone and everyone involved, and I suspect including for yourself as the GM at the time. What went wrong, I suppose, in that process, and what are the learnings that Bathurst has taken out of it that this committee could hear about to maybe look at the process or fundamentally what the future looks like for regional councils in the Central West?
Yeah, it was a difficult process. Probably one of the lessons that I think could be drawn out of it is that the system of getting a variation in your rate peg, I personally feel should be left entrusted to the council itself, as long as you are undertaking your community strategic planning and going out and consulting. And I'll use as a really good example for us, at the same time as we were looking for the SRV process, and we didn't unfortunately finish the consultation period. What we had was, we had done the majority of the consultation, and one of the councillors put in a notice of motion in the middle of the consultation period to cease the consultation. And that got approved. So before we'd even finalised, that had been completed. A lot of that was because we had a very active anti-SRV group, and it was quite distressing the attitudes that happened. I'll talk for the staff. We had staff abused for the process, physically threatened. I had the staff wouldn't wear their corporate uniforms because of the actions that were occurring. I think if there was the flexibility to have a look at the rates so that you could vary over the years, because we had been talking about for at least 10 years the need for a SRV. The sheer size of ours at 68%, I think, caused issues, whereabouts if we had done a more flexible approach, that may have helped, and I think the system needs to allow that. But getting back to my comment about entrusting it to the councillors, we had the SRV go, but at the same time, the staff with the councillors looked at our water fund, our sewer fund and our waste fund, which operate under separate systems. And this year, the water fund will go up 15%, the sewer fund will go up 12%, and the waste fund 9.5%. And that was out in the public domain for discussion and everything, and we had no issues with that. So I suppose my comment would be, I think that the system of trying to get a rate variation lends itself to that angst. And certainly the consultants we used were very good and have a large track record in that space.
So what had compounded obviously you engage consultants to as third parties to come in and review the processes, which is doing your due diligence, but what led to 68%? I think it was over 4 years, wasn't it? 4 years, 68%?
68% was over the
3 or 4 years.
Three
years. So I suppose what are the main issues that Bathurst Regional Council, from your view, were facing to be 68% over 3 years?
A large portion of it reflected infrastructure maintenance, and that was looking for funding, and the agreement with the council was we would look at getting an SRV that would maintain assets at the current level of expectation. We're now reviewing that as to whether we will provide a lower level service on our assets, given that the SRV was gone. So that was probably the largest part, was getting that infrastructure backlog and maintaining. We also sought funds to assist in cyber issues to try, and as all councils, we've got we're forever having our systems, same as the state, attacked by various people. So we were trying to, as part of that 68%, raise money for the cyber security. And the other area that we were wanting to raise money, and it was a little bit where I spoke to you earlier about the expectation for higher levels of services. We're finding that in the rural communities, and they've got very good progress associations, but when they used to run 20 years ago, the local community would mow the park, they'd go and clean the public toilets, and they'd do all of that. They're now not doing that, and they're expecting the council to do those operations. So there was an allowance of, I think of the 16 million roughly we were looking at, I think there was $2 million that we were seeking for that, because to put on parks and gardens gangs, as you can imagine, if you're covering all the way from Hill End down to Trunkie, there's a lot of travelling time as well. So that's where, ours was reflecting those sorts of issues.
Putting to aside, obviously, some of the issues you've raised and depreciation, if we have heard throughout the inquiry that the volatility of grants and the fact that larger councils may have the ability to have an in-house grants officer versus smaller councils where they can't even afford to possibly pay a person to put the grant in. In the case of Bathurst, what do you think, what has worked, whether it's in roads, community infrastructure, in terms of equitable funding that has been delivered from either the current or former state government for programs that actually works? Are there any programs that you have seen over your time that worked better than others that this committee and I hope maybe the now state government should be looking at?
Look, I'll use as a good example, and it depends on what's available at the time, but the bridge replacement programs, particularly for timber bridges, you'd like more money every year, but you know that it's going to happen. And I suppose that fits in. It's the knowledge that you can rely on that these programs are going to occur and go into the future. And so with the timber bridges, when we amalgamated with Evans, Bathurst City Council that year that we amalgamated got rid of its last timber bridge. Then we amalgamated with Evans and inherited 20 odd. I think we're now down to about 8. But the Timber Bridges program, you know it's there, and what you tend to do working with Transport for New South Wales, we will in advance design bridge replacements so that when the money becomes available, you've got something to put in. That works really good, it flows. And knowing the money. I've got to say recently the LRCI program was fantastic and hope it continues. And that's the broad spectrum that allows has been a really useful program. The ones that become a bit difficult are where there's a grant that particularly gets you into something that's not normal, but there's no ongoing operational funding. And probably we've been lucky. We've had good funding from the state government with our art gallery, but that's a good example of where some councils, you just don't get that operational funding. And I think that's what needs to be looked at, particularly when you build new infrastructure. And they will vary. Probably, and you know, our collections facility that we've built, the Central Tablelands Collections Facility, that's now open at the end of last year, but that was a project we had on the books for 20 years until an appropriate grant program became available.
My final question before I hand over to my colleagues is it's about BCRs, and in regional areas, if you applied a BCR to everything, you wouldn't probably build much, to be honest. How do we, in your view, how can government find more equitable funding models that isn't reliant on a BCR every time, or isn't reliant on a beauty contest between Bathurst Council versus Blaney or Oberon or Orange for the same pot of money? Like, I suppose my question is do you believe that funding model of essentially a contest with a BCR is going to work and make it sustainable for councils, whether it's Bathurst or anyone into the future?
I think particularly in the regional areas, you're trying to provide facilities for your community for lifestyle and living, and BCR can be a real problem because there's a lot of items that your community are demanding and the benefit cost ratio, it just wouldn't be there. And probably in our place is sporting. As you know, there's a lot of sporting facilities in Bathurst, and over the last decade and a half, we've built club rooms for the AFL, we've built club rooms for the rugby union, the rugby league, and that's to create lifestyle. But also, we see as an underlying thing for Bathurst is the attraction of sporting carnivals. So on Hereford Street, it's just getting finalised, but we've now got 6 fields there. At either end, there's 2 big clubhouses because the rugby union uses one end, the other end is used by the rugby league. There's another 2 ovals in the middle. The benefit cost ratio of that will never be anywhere, but it provides the community, and we've currently attracted the Koori Knockout to come to the council area at the long weekend in October, and that's expected to bring somewhere between 14 and 20,000 people to that event. But trying to get the benefit cost ratios to fully acknowledge those, it's extremely difficult. I think it needs the government working with councils, particularly through our community strategic planning process, to identify what our communities want, and then that identification should then feed into the government funding programs, and what they see is the way to go.
One quick question, actually, for Mr. Clayton. It's about resources for regions. Mudgee would have been a huge beneficiary of that program when it was in place. Is that correct?
There were projects that were funded that way, yes. One of the significant costs was the Yulin Road between Mudgee and where the mines are located. So it's an extremely busy section of road for a local road, essentially. So there was funding that came through that source.
But Mudgee would have received a baseline amount from that program, and then obviously depending on the commodity and the output, obviously it would then change.
Yeah.
My question to you, Mr. Clayton, is around what sort of pressure does that put on Mid-Western Regional Council now that funding, that baseline funding is no longer there? So you've got all the challenges of maintaining Mudgee is a beautiful destination, but also a mining town. So with the workforce, with the use of the roads and the community infrastructure, so you've got all those challenges, but essentially you no longer see any of the royalty return to your LGA. What sort of pressure does that put on your rate base and expectation for Mudgee and the entire LGA, Golgong and Kandos Rolleston, into the future?
Yeah, well, it's certainly going to continue to add pressure as time goes on, and with rate pegging in place as it is, it can't take a lot of that stuff into account. So the IP&R process, our council advocates that should be more important in rate pegging, because then the community is having a say in the services that they wish council to be providing. So it's extremely good at working out the wants and aspirations of the community, but not at funding it. Yeah, certainly the withdrawal of that type of funding definitely leaves a hole, and it may be that the service level can't be maintained as it has been. Our council area is also, right in the sweet spot for solar farms, etc. as well, which are having huge impacts on at this stage staff time and trying to coordinate those projects and inquiries from developers, etc. But as time goes on, there will be huge workforces attached to those projects that are going to impact the region as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Amanda Conn?
Thank you all for coming to give evidence today. It's much appreciated. I had a couple of questions about the recommendations that you made for the way forward in your written submissions. So firstly, to yourself, Mr. Clayton, about rate exemptions, and that has come up earlier in this inquiry and from some of the peak bodies as well, but I'm interested in the impact, particularly at your council, of those rate exemptions. If you could give us some examples or some detail.
Yeah, sure. One of the ones that, there are many exemptions, as I'm sure the committee is aware. The community housing providers are one area that has impacted our council in recent times. There's been a shift, I suppose, in the ownership of some of those housing types of housing from Housing New South Wales Department of Housing to community providers. Department of Housing is rateable under the legislation. When it goes to a community housing provider, it's not rateable. They're being used for the same purpose. They're providing housing. The residents are using the facilities that council needs to provide, but they're removed from the rate base essentially. So that's one area that, I understand Bathurst and Orange and other councils have been similarly affected with those properties becoming unrateable.
Feel free to jump in if there are examples at Bathurst as well.
It's just, we are carrying similar experiences with the growth in the community housing industry in our area. And exactly as Ian has just pointed out, Mr. Clayton has just pointed out, that we are experiencing that same problem in our space as well. It's becoming an increasing need, especially in the regional sectors, to provide social and affordable housing. Obviously, it's initiatives of the governments. We're all working in partnership in that space, but as a consequence, it's actually eroding some of the revenue raising capabilities that local government, through our land rates system at least, that we're not able to have any other avenue to recoup that funding.
Yeah, we see that it's our view really that if properties, there should be a shift from the ownership of the property determining an exemption to what it's used for as well, to take that into account. So properties, if they're used for residential or business purposes, they really should be rateable in our view.
Okay. And have you got examples in your area of properties being used for business purposes that are sort of unintentionally rate exempt?
I can't think of too many off the top of my head, to be honest. I could take that on notice.
Thank you. I'm happy for you to take it on notice. It's not meant to be a memory exercise.
Yeah, definitely in terms of residential properties, though, there are many.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask, so in the Bathurst submission, the recommendation was to abolish the rate peg altogether, and certainly there are other stakeholders who've shared that view with the committee.
Yeah, look, and that probably comes a little bit from the comment I made earlier, particularly for the councils outside the city area. We're multi-purpose councils rather than being general purpose. And the reason why we would suggest is that we seem to be able to, and it's accepted that we're allowed to do it for our water fund, which is a large operation. And in fact, Bathurst Council owns 2 dams, so it is a large operation. We're accepted to be responsible enough to do our water. We're accepted to be responsible enough to do our sewer. We're accepted to be responsible enough for our waste management. And I don't believe that from the rural councils, particularly the regional cities, that there is a huge flow back to the state government about problems with the water, sewer and waste charging regimes. So we don't see why, if we're trusted for 3, why we can't be trusted for the 4th.
And some people who might object to lifting the rate peg have suggested that it would result in bill shock for families and ratepayers. Obviously, we have a cost of living crisis in New South Wales. How do you respond to that objection? How, in a way forward, if we were to abolish the rate peg, how would councils actually manage rate increases to be acceptable to the community?
Look, I think we've already got those processes in place now. Firstly is, at the start of each council term, we have to develop a community strategic plan that provides direction for what that council is going to do for the next 4 years. And if that plan's developed correctly, it has the input of the community which says this is the way we want to go. And hopefully state government departments have embraced that, because they're all directed to be involved in the CSP process. Then each year individually, we have to go out and put our budget and our proposals on exhibition for community consultation. That happens. We receive submissions and the councillors consider that, and the councillors are there face to face with their community. So I think the processes are in place there to accept that and to operate. Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just add? That's okay.
Sorry, boss. Oh, no, feel free.
So Bathurst Council is one of the few councils in New South Wales that have never applied for an SRV. And so one of the learnings, to pick up on Sam Faraway's question earlier, that we have is that we've had a challenge over the last, I'm going to say 13 years, that our staff have been recommending to councillors that we need to apply for an SRV process, but the councillors of the day has chosen not to. When we eventually did go down that path of actually embracing with our community, the number that Mr Shirley just mentioned is around 68% that we went to our community, and obviously the opposition we're getting is exactly that bill shock that we talk around. So that's essentially a culmination of our council not proceeding with an SRV since day dot. I think it's the 70s that the SRV process came into play. One thing that our council, if rate pegging was to be abolished and the autonomy was left up to the councils to determine what they need to consider, absolutely there is that bill shock element. There's a catch-up element that councils will now need to consider, because it would be inappropriate, in my opinion anyway, to go to our community and say, okay, we need a 78% increase next year. Absolutely, the cost of living crisis that our whole state is facing at the moment has to be factored into that equation. But what I would suggest is, and what I would encourage our council to do, would be to actually engage in a conversation with your community. At the end of the day, they are our stakeholders, they're players in our space, and so take them along for the journey, which we tried to do with our SRV process. Unfortunately, it was, I won't use the word railroaded, but I just did, but we'll stick with that for the time being in that space. But there's definitely a robust conversation opportunity for councils to have, and they will need to have, because even if you look with the process that we have with IPART, and Mr Clayton may be able to correct me here from memory, IPART a couple of years ago were looking at the local government cost index based on historic transactions, where more recently it's now looking at what they're predicting to be the future. in that transition from looking backwards to looking forward was a 2-year gap, which I part missed. And so that's not been captured in any of the equations that we've had. And so as an immediate impact in New South Wales councils, we're behind the 8 ball, but potentially, and the numbers that I've heard, and I don't have them exactly quantified, but circa around 10% in rate increases. And so all of a sudden we're behind the 8 ball in that sort of space. So I guess to answer your question around managing bill shock, it will be real, but it's a case of managing that through a conversation with our community.
Thank you.
I'm just interested to explore further some of the issues around the SRV process, if that's all right with you. I think you mentioned that council staff had been recommending that process for some 13 years before it was taken on by a council or a load of councillors. In that time, there was obviously a knock-on effect in terms of a compounding. We've heard about the compounding issues around rate increases or not going for rate increases and the like. What do you think? Could be avoided in this process, or what suggestions do you have for us as a committee to make recommendations to government around improving that process of an SRV so that, you know, councillors are more likely to say yes when the staff, who obviously quite knowledgeably go and recommend something. How can we make that process better?
Look, one of the things I'd suggest, and certainly in our case, it's that bill shock issue with the percentage we were looking at.
Yes.
But some of that was catching up on projects or programs that had been imposed on the council, for want of a better term. And you'll have all heard about the Emergency Services Levy, obviously, and it is a significant dollar figure. The Emergency Services Levy, now I'm talking for myself, but I think generally the council was not against the Emergency Services Levy because it reflected community demands, which they wanted improvement in the emergency services space. What our problem was that the Emergency Services Levy was imposed at a very high level on us, but it was not allowed for in the rate peg. Now, if it had been allowed for in the rate peg, that's one of the items that would have been reduced off the gap because it would have been recognised. The other two examples I've used today, such as the crematorium one and also the Modern Slavery Act, it's things like that keep adding up over the years, and it adds a bit here and adds a bit there. So if there was some allowance in the formula that recognised those costs and charges that occur, that they could be recovered. Another good example, and I understand why the government went down the path of DAs and having the one system across the state. Forgetting whether it works well, the logic behind it is right. But what that meant is places like Bathurst have had to put on additional staff resources to handle that online system. But there was no consequent revenues. So if there was one lesson, I'd say certainly those, because they're all in little bits and pieces, those. They could add up. The second thing is, going back to my first comment, particularly for those of us who are multi-purpose councils, trust the councils to do the process. And I will again mention the example of us this time with the water, sewer and waste, and they're sizable increases that we've put in, but the community have accepted those. Water is a good example. They've accepted it because one of our dams required the wall to be completely strengthened. It was a $17 million project. Given the last drought, where Bathurst was one of the towns that was close to running out of water, the community have accepted that responsibility to do that, and we're working on a water harvesting system that will cost around $20 million. So the community has accepted those projects that have been built into the strategic plan and have accepted that there is relevant expenditure increases. Waste Management Centre, people accept it because they know the cost of using your waste management centres is getting higher and higher. and from our perspective will probably become even more and more important into the future with the state government targets on greenhouse gas emissions. Out our way, and this is talking about the 11 Centroc councils, of our greenhouse gas emissions, on average 65 to 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions of our region are our waste management centres. Not our electricity, not our street lights, not our cars, not our trucks. So we're needing to build in funds to help us meet those targets, and I think the community have accepted that, and that's why they're able to go through.
In terms of the increases in water and sewer and things that you mentioned, that still has to go through a process, though, in terms of going to IPART. So I'm just wondering whether or not you would have...
Sorry.
Yep.
Water sewer waste don't go through to IPART. They're a council-controlled.
But they go through a sorry, my apologies.
Yeah,
they do go through a process. So in terms of a similar process, what would be one that you would say is sufficient to satisfy the concerns of the community, or any other things?
Look, I've got to say, I think the current system is already structured that way, with the government a number of years ago working with the industry to introduce integrated planning and reporting.
Yep.
That, particularly with the creation then of us needing to do community strategic plans, is to then bring the community on with that vision. There is a little bit of a weakness there in getting government departments to engage in that process. So if there was a lesson that comes back from me, some of the government departments are very active, some aren't as active. But that's CSP, and then we, on top of that, each year do a budget where we go out for community consultation. I think there's a fair bit of opportunity there.
When you say there's a weakness in the level of engagement, I'm just curious to understand more what exactly that means and what perhaps we could suggest to improve.
What I'm getting at there is we're required as part of our community strategic planning process to engage with our community, but also government departments. And so it'll be health, it'll be transport for New South Wales, education or whatever.
Yep.
Some of them are very proactive in their engagement.
Yep.
Transport for New South Wales is a great example.
Sure.
Really active, and our group are based out of Parks, and we may not always agree, but they're very active. Health at the moment is reasonably active because of the monies that are going into the Bathurst base hospital. But some of the other departments don't necessarily see an affinity to local government, and I think they need to have some more involvement.
Okay, thank you. That's very useful. Just turning now back to, I suppose, the SRV process that you went through. I was quite alarmed to hear in your opening remarks that staff were being so significantly impacted that they weren't comfortable wearing their staff uniform. That says a lot to me about, the potential impact that has had on your staff. I'm interested whether or not there has been any cost to that, and whether or not that is something you can share with the committee, or whether it's something that you can provide to us on notice in a more confidential fashion. But
look, we probably could provide some general stuff, and I might pass that to you, Aaron, in terms of the cost with the staff going and whatever else.
Sure. So without putting actually a financial number to that, what I can convey, and we've concluded in our submission that at Bathurst Council at the moment we're experiencing our highest level of vacancies across our organisation. Some of that would definitely be attributed to staff just not wanting to be part of our organisation as a consequence of the SRV process.
did you see staff leave as a
Yes.
result of that? And
Yes.
have you done figures on what that number is? Or?
We're happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
We do undertake an
Yep.
exit survey with each of our staff, and if they're willing to disclose their motivations for leaving, we do capture that level of data. So happy to take that on notice.
Thank you, that would be useful. The other piece of information would be around whether or not you've done any surveys of your staff in terms of wellbeing or otherwise, to get feedback from them about, the impacts of that process and any other things.
So if I can just add briefly.
Yes.
We've also, and we monitor this as well, an increase in the usage of our EAP service.
Right.
So it's a fixed cost for the year, so it's not an additional financial cost.
No, yes, yep.
Unfortunately, I can't explain, I can only assume, let's use those words, that they're using the EAP service as a direct, well, the increase in the EAP is a direct cost, direct impact of the SRV. But obviously with the other comments that were made earlier around cost of living, there are families that are struggling at the moment, so there will be other reasons why people will be using the EAP service. But an observation is that we have seen an increased use in that service from our staff.
Have you seen an increase in lost time due to injury as well, in terms of, you know?
I'm not going to say not a noticeable increase in that space. That being said, we have a very active safety program within our team. And so what I will say, though, is that whilst the staff morale probably declined significantly during that period of time, the staff actually rally well together. There was if I can take a positive out of our SRV experience, is that we have a very strong and sound team that have remained, and they're very much focused on being part of the solution, whatever that may be.
Do you have any suggestions for, I know, you know, obviously earlier I think you're more inclined to be rid of the entire SRV process in terms of being the position of council to abolish the rate cap. But if we were to look at a more streamlined process, what would that look like? Using, you know, as you said, the IPNR frameworks and all of those sorts of things.
I'll let Aaron go first.
I'll have a crack first, if that's okay. Included in our submission was a suggestion that if the SRV process was to be retained, that the SRV process essentially should focus on new or out-of-the-ordinary initiatives. Using our SRV experience, we were actually just basically seeking an increase in rates just to keep the doors open.
Yeah.
We weren't going to build a nice shiny widget. We weren't going to be introducing a new service to our community. So if an SRV process is to remain, then either one of two avenues I can think of is that if it's just to maintain services to the level the community expects, then either remove the SRV process just for that portfolio, or streamline it such that it's a very simple process where you just demonstrate that you've engaged with the community and have obtained a layer of community support. Whereas if it's for a new business venture, a new piece of infrastructure that's more, which is over and above, or even if it's outside the CSP, the strategic objectives of the organisation, then absolutely an SRV, quite a robust process should be in place for that, if the SRV process is to be retained.
Could I just
Sure.
put in one other comment too? And it was mentioned earlier, and I know IPART and the government are looking at it, but it's the figures used by IPART to actually set the rate peg. And I'll use for the 23-24 financial year, the IPART rate peg guidelines were instructed by the government to be 2.5% for a wage increase, because that linked into the state figures. For that year, 23-24, the award increase for us was 4.8%. Then we had on top of that the 1% for the superannuation guarantee charge. So the 4.8 is up to 5.8. And then, like all councils, there are skills and performance steps built in. So we were potentially operating on a 6.5%, potentially 7% wage increase, given the structure of the award and everything. But IPART were instructed that the wage figure they were to use was 2.5%. So remembering that our wages are bigger than our general fund rates, so the increase in general fund rates didn't even meet the wage increase, yet alone the cost escalations that are occurring across the industry.
Yeah. You say in your submission if councils could recoup a historic lag in the rate cap, they prefer to take it over a course of a number of years. How many years are we talking about?
In all seriousness, that would be, well, my suggestion would be that you'd actually have that conversation with the community around what the community had the capacity to cover, or the capacity to pay. So rather than just come before you today and say it should be done over 3 years, or put a finite number around that, I think that would be, it would vary depending on the community and the community's capacity to pay.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier community expectations, and obviously keen to hear from Midwestern about whether this has been occurring in your area as well. Why do you think that these community expectations are changing when it comes to Bathurst's and Midwestern service delivery obligations?
Look, I think there's a combination of the general community all out there are expecting more from their levels of government than what was expected 30, 40 years ago. But also, we're seeing, and I've been general manager for 20 years at Bathurst, and I'm seeing that engagement with government is increasing. Traditionally, I go back 30 odd years, people engaged several times during an electoral term. Once was when the vote was there, maybe if they had a DA up, and then at maximum maybe once a quarter when they got their rates bill. Nowadays, people actually want to engage, and so we're seeing that, but part of that engagement is then wanting, I think, more interaction with the government, what's being provided, but also, we're seeing more people come out of Sydney and the Blue Mountains, and those people are used to different service levels than what we would have traditionally provided out in the rural areas. And at the same time, we as providers, and I'll go back to the museum example that was raised earlier, but also that Mayor Dickerson raised, we're trying to create lifestyle for our communities, so it's healthy, makes it good for them, but also to try and attract people. Now, that attraction is not only in the workforce space, because a place like Bathurst, we have things like the Geospatial Centre. We've got a very large schooling group. We've got the university. So you're trying to attract people in those fields, not only just the blue collar, and all of them want services, but there's the demand for the greater services. So in the time I've been there 26 years at the council, but in that time we've done the tiered theatre like Dubbo's done, and you'll find that in all the regional cities. We've moved down the path of creating, we run the regional art gallery, we now run 4 museums, which I know some people query. We're also now run what is called the Central Tablelands Collections Facility, which is a state-of-the-art facility for storage of collections. So
you run the Bathurst 1000, is that correct?
Yeah, Bathurst 1000. Well, it's quite interesting because, we run 4 races. There'll be 5 this year, but 4 races on the mount, of which of the 5, 4 council is a joint owner in, and the V8 run is a profit share lease operation. So having those facilities, lifestyle, but attracts people to live here. The growth in cultural, we see that as a really good opportunity as a growth industry for us, and you've got to get to the critical mass to make it that it keeps operating, and then also it's the tourism economic benefit for your community, and that really is a major thing for rural councils, because if we don't do it, no one does it. It's you're in Sydney. The state government's running the Australian Museum. The state government runs the Art Gallery of New South Wales. The state government is locked in with the Maritime Museum. Out our way, there aren't any of those. And if those facilities aren't provided by us, then no one will.
Did you have anything further?
Yeah, well, I agree with the rise in expectations around service delivery. I think our region puts a lot of effort into attracting visitors to the area as a food and wine destination. A lot of our rural properties have been gradually broken up into smaller and smaller parts. So we've got roads where there used to be 2 farmers, now there's 15 lifestyle type box. And those people are using the facilities a lot more and expecting more. So, but there's certainly no growth in rates that are attract to that type of development that will cover the costs.
Do these facilities that you're talking about, museums, Bathurst, whatever, all of those sorts of things, are they running at a loss currently?
The car racing runs at a profit. Obviously, there's confidential contracts there, but certainly they run at a profit. The museums run at a loss. The 4 museums with the Central Tablelands Collections Facility and the overarching is probably at $1.4 million loss per annum. But can I just say, one of the things that's of great benefit there is that Bathurst is seen across the industry as a leader in that space. But we've got students, because we're so highly regarded, we've got students coming from Sydney University and also Melbourne University to come and do parts of their courses in Bathurst. So there's the operation. Art galleries, I'm yet to find one that breaks even. And our entertainment centre doesn't break even as well. So they are certainly net outflows, but they are essential to your community health. But I mean, we want doctors. You're not going to get doctors if you don't have those facilities, and that's part of the issue. And the other thing is too, and we shouldn't lose fact of them, that volunteering is becoming harder and harder to get people volunteering. You do get a lot of people go into places like the museums and that, and volunteering is also a crucial factor in your community.
Yeah, thank you. Stephen, did you?
Yeah, just one question, and you've largely answered this, Mr. Surley, but in terms of art and culture, are you satisfied that the council's involvement in that space is supported by the community, and that is evidenced by the consultation processes that underpin things like the community strategic plan and so forth?
Look, I'm satisfied the majority of the community. There'll always be a portion, and as you know, recently with the SRV, there's a group who are particularly focused on that. But over the years, certainly the majority have been there. And the Central Tablelands Collection Facility is a great one. I mean, we were looking at that for 20 years, and the community were very supportive of it. And it's actually achieving better. It's not covering its costs at the moment, but we're getting the major collections facilities in Sydney expressing interest in using our collections facility because of the costs of storage in Sydney. We have some great relationships. One of our museums, the collection is fully owned by the Australian Museum. So, look, I think it's safe to say the majority of the community are very supportive of those cultural facilities.
And in terms of a future scenario where council was forced out of that sort of service provision because of financial issues, who do you think the community would look to provide those services?
The council again.
There's
no one else there to provide those services. They would come back to the council.
So speaking long term, you don't see an interest from state government, for example, or federal government to provide those sorts of services to the community?
I don't see any interest from the state or federal government to take over the operations of those facilities. And to be honest, if I was in the state and federal positions, I wouldn't want to take them over because the sheer breadth of them across the industry is just so wide, it would be extremely difficult, and I think would be much less cost effective than being run by the communities. What I'd like to see though is that there was funding from state and federal to help with the operational costs.
And in terms of art and culture, if I can put it that way, what sort of percentage of the council budget are we talking about?
Oh, geez, I'll pass that one to you.
We might take that one on notice if that's okay.
It's not small dollars that we're putting into them, and as I said, particularly the museum space tied in with the art gallery, we see it not only for the community, but we're working heavily to create it as an industry, and hopefully when it gets to a sufficient enough size, it becomes sustainable, but also then encourages smaller private operators, because in a regional centre, it's the private art galleries, it's the private museums that then add the rest to it.
Yep. So having been the GM at Bathurst, I think you said for 20 years, which is quite an achievement, are you able to tell us whether over the years, has there been any significant political expression of sentiment against council doing those sorts of things? Or has there been a constant level of support for council being involved in art and culture?
To me, it's been a constant level of support. What's just happened recently with the SRV is probably the only time that we've ever had a major issue, and that's more that the shock of the level of the SRV, then someone will say, well, where can we find money? And the first one is always those soft areas. But I would say with us, and I believe you would find in every regional city, because we're part of the Regional Cities New South Wales group, we're all moving in that space. Our communities want it. We want it for the lifestyle. We want it to be able to attract workers and also to attract tourists.
Do you think there's widespread understanding in government of the importance of councils being involved in art and culture in regional areas?
I don't think there is a lot at the higher level in government, but certainly when you deal with the groups such as the Arts Directorate through Create New South Wales, there's a good understanding. Places like Museums and Galleries New South Wales, which is operated via the government. It's an independent advisory board. And I speak about that because in my time I have sat on the board of Museums and Galleries New South Wales for about 10 years, and I sat on the board of the Australian Museum for 9 years. I think there is an awareness. I don't know when you get higher up, and I have to say, I think the politicians in their own electorates understand it, but as an industry across the whole of New South Wales, I don't know whether there's a full understanding of the benefit or the needs.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. Thank you again for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Questions that were taken on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you about responses to those and any other questions, supplementary questions.
Great.
Thank
you very much for the opportunity. It's really appreciated.
Thank you.
You forgot to talk about the Winter Festival.
Oh, well, I'm expecting you all to come and break a leg at the Winter Festival.
Thank you.
Thank you. Winter in Bathurst.
No Bathurst at all?
I do know Bathurst, yes.
Yeah,
but
right
not,
in the
not
heart
well.
where the courthouse is.
Oh, okay,
We
yes,
closed the
yes.
road off and we put a ice skating rink there, a Ferris wheel, a carousel for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and on the
huge.
2 weekends,
Awesome.
we'd get 10 to 14,000 people come in for it.
Yeah,
It's great. Now the other councils are stealing the idea.
Something
Yeah, of
Dubbo
course.
doesn't have, do they?
No.
Again, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
See you
you.
then.
See you later. Susan, good to see
We've
you.
got Hunter Valley Gardens do something similar, but you've got to pay through the eyeballs to go to that. Yeah. Sorry?
Furious agreement.
No.
Yeah, about what kind of facilities.
That's unsurprising. Are we able to start? Well,
I heard you were here coming today, so that's why
Oh,
I drove up this
I
morning.
thought I'd give you a call to see whether you're going to let me boy.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here and welcome to our next inquiry participants. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name, position, title and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Hi everyone, I'm Mel Slimming. I'm the Director of Infrastructure and Engineering at Narromine Council. I'm going to be giving an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Gary Woodman, General Manager at Warrenshire Council. I'm giving the oath, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
I think I'll do that, Madam
Please do.
Chair. Thank
Yep.
you. Look, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear before you. I'm the General Manager of Warrenshire Council, a typical rural council in the Arana region of New South Wales. Shire has an area of 10,860 square kilometres and a population of about 3,000. It's bound by the shires of Bogan, Bawarrina, Canamble, Gill, Gilgandra, Lachlan, Narromine and Walgett. And within the shire is the town of Warren, the administration centre, population of 2,000, and two lovely little villages, Collie, population 38, and Nevertire, population 103. And because we're small enough, we can actually know exactly how many people are in our households. The council currently has a budget of $45 million, which includes depreciation, and an asset base of approximately 330, with 80 full-time equivalent staff and a complete diverse range of services to the community. We're very day labour orientated with our 80 full-time equivalent staff, with most of our maintenance and construction work undertaken by an internal workforce. We are a roads council with 691 kilometres of sealed roads and 698 kilometres of unsealed roads. We're also the RMCC contractor for the State Highway, Oxley Highway going through Warrenshire. We also operate 4 water supplies, 2 sewage schemes, an airport, a rock hard quarry, and the typical general purpose council activities such as parks and facilities, sporting fields, swimming pool, showground racecourse, a sporting and cultural centre, a medical centre, lots of public toilets, waste depot, library services, and we're the Service New South Wales agency for the area. That is a vast array of services, everything that you can think of. The pressure on council to continue to provide those services is extraordinary. And so we rely heavily on grants and contributions, $32 million of that $45 million budget. In 23-24, the capital renewal expenses were amounted to $26.5 million. However, we do focus, the council focuses on maintenance and rehabilitation refurbishment works and not huge big rebuilds or highly improved assets. We simply can't afford those highly improved assets because our general rates and annual charges of a $45 million budget are only $6.8 million. So we've been very lucky. For the last 5 years, we've had over $40 million worth of extra grants from both the Commonwealth Government and the New South Wales Government. So what's happened, and over that time of increased grants, we've been able to set up an infrastructure project management office, an increased professional level in our engineering services department, and that's allowing us to have good quality procurement provision and high quality engineering, safety and environmental outcomes for our projects. Unfortunately, 23-24 has seen our grant income drop drastically, and that's a very major concern to both the council and the community. This could jeopardise having a infrastructure project manager's office and the ability to have quality engineering supervision in an engineering department. We're hoping that 24-25 will see a huge increase back to the types of grants that we're used to, because we rely on all those funding programs to maintain and improve our assets. Now, over the years, Madam Chair, Warrenshire Council has seldom been in the position to be able to add to our grants. We just don't have the money to be able to even do works in kind. So the funding bodies need to take into account the inability of those our typical rural councils to heavily contribute to projects. For large projects, to be asking for 50% contribution just does not allow us to actually even contemplate trying for those grants. The level of work that we have to do for those grants is extraordinary. To have projects shovel ready, appropriately designed and with the community consulted, sometimes is just not possible. And so I would hope that a solution would be that those funding bodies such as New South Wales Government provide certain levels of funding that aren't tied and are flexible to allow councils, like rural councils like Warren Shire, to be able to do the necessary investigations, the design, the community consultation and the planning ahead to make the projects even better. Madam Chair, rate pegging. Rate pegging has severely restricted Warren Shire Council's ability to collect rates. So since 1975, we believe that the difference between the typical inflationary CPI increases and rate pegging has meant at least 40% difference between the rates that we collect now and what we probably should be collecting. So that's $2 million in 23-24. As I say, we're a roads council. The rate pegging is never taken into account the typical CPI rate increases of road maintenance and construction inputs, the bitumen, the steel, the concrete. I would suggest that over the years it's probably averaged 6 to 8% instead of small CPI increases by average across Australia. And rate pegging, of course, does not take into account the increase in costs of insurances, electricity, and the New South Wales government costs such as emergency services levy. Oh, and the final bit, Madam Chair, cost shifting. We've worked out that it's almost $1.15 million for Warren Shire Council, meaning the costs of planning environmental services, ranger services, the rates exemptions, the emergency services contributions, pensioner rebates, project and program funding gaps, the direct provision of state government services that aren't at cost, Transport for New South Wales leased buildings to them at very cheap rates, management of Crown lands, typical examples that's $1.15 million per annum that the ratepayers of Warren Shire are subsidising other tiers of government. Being in the western part of New South Wales, we have a Warren Family Health Centre. Warren Shire has to provide a health centre to house the Royal Flying Doctor Service, subsidising GPs in their accommodation. Why should Warren Shire and the community of Warren Shire have to subsidise health services in our area? It's an unfair cost burden on council that we believe is a responsibility of other levels of government. Madam Chair, I'll leave it there. Hopefully that gives you a few questions for ourselves.
Thank you, and thanks so much. I'll move to Dr. Amanda Conn for questions.
Thanks so much for coming to give evidence today. It's much appreciated, both of you. My question was for you, Mr. Woodman, and I was really interested in your written submission and your opening statement. You talked about the direct provision of health services by local government. There are certainly some people in response to the financial challenges that the sector is facing who argue that councils are just for roads, rates and rubbish. They should get back to core business. They should get out of providing other types of services. For the record, I don't agree with those people. But what would happen in Warren Shire if council stopped providing those medical services in your community? Who else would do it?
30 years ago, you could say that there would be 3 GPs running their own services out of their own facilities. It just cannot happen anymore because to attract general practitioners, they need umbrellas of organisations to actually help them. In the end, we could either have no health services or continue to do what we need to do. Provide a $3 million health facility for a very small amount of rental. Provide lovely townhouse facilities for $150 a week less than what they should be charged for. Warranshire Council would never get out of the game because it would know that health services would disappear, or an even more stretched Warren multi-purpose health service.
Thanks.
And Dr. Warrenshire believes in the 5 R's: roads, rates, rubbish, river, and reading. We like libraries too. And of course the Macquarie River running through the middle of us is pretty important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Honourable Sam Fairway.
Thank you to both for attending today, and I'll declare, been to Warren plenty of times, love the place. Roads. Now, roads in my dealings in being to Warren is a big thing, and obviously flooding and natural disaster events have obviously caused extra strain out there. But I want to talk about equitable funding, and I think under the former coalition government and the now New South Wales government continued this somewhat around distributing road funding based on size of road network, 1, including unsealed roads, 2, but trying to remove the whole beauty contest of applying for grants for road maintenance. So we've heard today that that formula is supported. So what I would like to ask you, Mr. Woodman, is do you believe government should be moving away from a pure BCR case for road funding and road maintenance, and is it time to maybe even review the roadblock grants as one mechanism to get council more money to look after their local roads, which would reduce the strain not only on budget but allow for more effective streamlining of planning of maintenance for roads into the future?
Madam Chair, so we received $2.415 million plus $454 million for potholes. That was spent very quickly, within time. We can tell you exactly how many potholes we repaired. Then we received, and with that untied, relating to how many kilometres of road, that allowed the council, particularly the 2.415 million of, and I'll call it regional and local roads repair program.
Yes.
And the same thing has happened with the next version provided by the next. It's added to 3.8 million over the next 4 years. That allowed the council to make its own decisions of where it was going to put that money within the grant conditions. Now, Warrenshire Council does it both on a technical basis and a knowledge basis of knowing which roads are our high priorities. That gives, close as you ever can do with benefit cost ratio anyway. We know which roads are our high traffic, which roads are in poor condition, which roads are bus routes, which roads have high percentage heavy vehicles, all adding to the same type of, but it's been then decisions being made at local level. And Warrenshire has thought it was rather different and something worthwhile considering, being given the money just based on number of kilometres.
So I suppose to that point about looking for the most equitable distribution of government grants, because we've heard throughout the whole inquiry that grants can be very volatile in whether you're going to get the grant, the quantum of grants that you can apply for more broadly. Do you feel that perhaps that road funding model, or where former programs like Stronger Country Communities funding, which was done per LGA, is a more equitable way to try and distribute government grants in knowing you know what the total quantum is. It is a matter of how you direct the quantum within a local government area.
Look, Madam Chair, within reason. I mean, the real sad thing about it is, where are the fixing country roads grants now? Fixing country bridges, fixing local roads, all the restart money for roads, water, sewer and facilities, they've all disappeared. And we're most concerned because what's going to happen right now is that our funding gaps will just go back to normal. Our condition will go backwards. Stronger Country Communities, there hasn't been a word said for now 12 months. And we're just about to finish all of our SSCF funding. Beautiful facilities at Carter Oval, beautiful facilities at our swimming pool. We've got lots more to refurbish and fix up, but no announcements whatsoever for the last 12 months, and we're most concerned. It has to be an in-between. It has to be things based on what's typical and those extra things occasionally to fix up some of your major infrastructure assets. In the end, occasionally, some years there may be needs for even higher grants. Some years they could be lower because of the drop in need.
So I suppose from what you've just said, Mr. Woodman, over the past 12 months, so we've obviously just had a state budget handed down, so maybe not everyone has digested all of that, but in the previous 12 months, is it fair to say that Warrenshire Council, have you been successful in obtaining any state government grants for infrastructure, or have you applied and been unsuccessful, or have there been no opportunities to apply?
You might as well say no opportunities whatsoever. And on every one, fixing country roads, fixing country bridges, fixing local roads, restart, Stronger Country Communities Fund, Crown Land Regional Stimulus, safe and secure water improvement, nil. So it's gone from $40 million over 5 years to nil. And that's a real concern of a community of Warrenshire, because everything is set up, both our own internal resources and our contractors, to be doing the works that we've been doing for the last 5 years.
So I suppose with that said, the pipeline that you've alluded to is coming to an end of what grants you've had over the last few years in terms of delivering. So your budget could look very, very different very quickly in the possibly next 2 financial years.
We think so, yeah. because we're expecting a reasonable amount of flood restoration funding, but that is only to bring our road assets mostly up to the state that it used to be before the 5 floods that we've had. We think could even happen less than 2 years, because we're doing a lot of work to finish all our projects off leading up in the next couple of months.
I suppose local government, as they say, is the closest form of government to the people. You, as Warrenshire Council, will have to manage expectation in your community. If your budget, 32 million or 45 million, comes from grants or other supports from state or federal government, if that is significantly reduced and the pipeline is completed, you're going to have some great infrastructure, but in terms of where to next and the long-term plan for the Warrenshire, you're going to have to adjust or the temper the community expectation, aren't you, about future infrastructure?
We certainly will be in trouble. because the quality of service and the level of service can only go backwards.
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on the grant funding and sort of, I suppose, the level of the pie, if you like, for both of your councils. How much does rates income in terms of the percentage of overall revenue? How much does that take up? Or how much is that?
At Warren, it's $6.8 million of a $45 million budget.
Mm-hmm. And for
I would
Narromine?
have to take the exact number on notice, but I imagine we would be similar to
Similarly, like, yeah, okay, beautiful. And you mentioned of the grants money, 32 out of that 45 was grant funding for Warren. What percentage of that is federal assistance grants versus state, or is that all?
So about just under $4 million is federal assistance grant.
Mm-hmm.
1.7 million regional roads block grant.
Mm-hmm.
Typical funding like that.
And how have you seen that change over time? You're obviously looking at the last 5 years, you've had that increase in additional grant funding and other things, but has there been any other changes over time that you've seen with the proportion of your income from either of those? Like, for example, rates, you mentioned the impact of rate pegging.
We've had, fortunately, a pretty large increase in grant income from both state and federal. Even, first couple of years, in the last 5 years, eventually the FAG started to actually get back to something normal or something reasonable. There has, quite obviously, there's been a direction, a correct direction of actually pushing more FAGs to the typical rural councils like Warren and Narromine, because instead of huge amounts of grants going to very large $300 to $600 million city councils. The roads in the last 2 or 3 years have been extremely helpful, and helpful in the sense that started to cover the backlog, started to cover the cost of depreciation of roads, both local roads and regional roads. We are pleased that the Commonwealth Government has made a decision to increase roads to recovery. Every cent of our roads to recovery goes into trying to maintain our assets, whether it's rehabilitation or bitumen reseals on our roads. We're trying to keep the assets to some reasonable state and not wasting money. And as I've said, we try our hardest to do as much in-house work as possible. We have extended flexible working hour agreements with our staff where we're easily doing 12-hour days, 5 days a week, 55 to 60-hour weeks, meaning our expensive equipment is being utilised as much as possible, whether it's road trains or graders or rollers. Pretty important to make sure that expensive equipment is used as much as possible, and use it more during the week becomes even more efficient. So we don't waste our grant money.
But it's, I suppose, what I'm trying to understand is whether you are now, obviously you've seen that increase over time, but you are now reliant to an extent on that grant funding for the ongoing maintenance of these assets, and that without, that same level of funding to an extent.
Most concerned about it because over those 5 or 6 years of increased, the parks got an improvement, the buildings got improvement. There were more toilet facilities built. Of course, just an increase in 3 toilet facilities means $50,000 more of cleaning per year. A lot of councils like Warrenshire, because they're rate pegged, what investment income can we get to actually try to help cover those sort of things? Instead of 1.1% interest rate, we're pretty pleased about getting 4.5 or 5%, because it's just one more dollar to help us maintain and operate our facilities.
So are there any other, you mentioned earlier in your evidence the number of different, I suppose, and diverse things that, or services that you are providing in the community, or that you have, invested in. One of those, I think, was a quarry. Are there any that actually make money for the council, and have you looked further at exploring other, revenue opportunities? Or
We look, our hard rock quarry has probably been operated, we think, for 70 years.
right?
What it does do is helps us save money on having it in the perfect position to provide sealing aggregates and material for certain parts of the Shire. And it has been profitable over the years, but really what it is there is because of distance, it's saving us money.
Yeah.
There's not many services provided by any rural council that was ever going to make a profit. Good example, Shogun Racecourse. The gap between, we have a magnificent Shogun Racecourse known as the Randwick of the West. It's Randwick where it should be, in the West. And there's 10 equestrian clubs come out of that facility. The gap between how much it costs and our income is $300,000. The swimming pool, a gap of $300,000. We can't charge anything for our parks and facilities. The gap's $850,000. I mean, this is what rates and federal assistance grants are for. There's seldom we can ever do anything to be able to earn income. Warren Family Health Centre, it's a $3 million facility. We get between $35,000 and $40,000 worth of income from the Royal Flying Doctor Service for a $3 million facility. There's no profit in that. Doesn't cover depreciation, Madam Chair.
Yeah, right. Have you seen an increase over time in that sort of divergence between, how much something's costing to run and how much the gap is, I suppose, how much of it a loss? Has that increased over time? Has that changed?
Well, it has increased. I mean, fortunately, fees and charges most of the time aren't limited to a rate peak, but you can't go and increase your fees and charges for the Shogun Racecourse to make it just where people just won't hire the facility, won't use the facility. Typically, those types of fees and charges have only ever gone up by the CPI.
Right. Okay.
I mean, our water and sewer schemes are in better condition because they're not rate pegged.
Yes.
If it needs a 7%, if CPI is 7% and it needs 7%, and it's deemed affordable within our community, it goes up 7%.
And have either of your councils ever undertaken the SRV process?
Not recently.
I've had the fortune at Cobar, but not at Warren, and it was a 25% rate increase in a 1 year period. And you can, in the end, convince your community that it's a positive thing, but a lot of work to do.
And do you have any suggestions for the committee in terms of that process and ways to improve it or streamline it or otherwise?
Madam Chair, I think it needs to be up to the individual communities to make their own decisions instead of someone saying, okay, your CPI is 3.1, we'll have a rate pegging of 2.5%. If a council was able to convince its community of an appropriate increase, it should be done at the local level.
Yeah, thank you. Did you have anything further? Any further thoughts to add on that?
Just about rate pegging or in
Yes,
general?
and just in general, yeah.
Look, I don't necessarily have any comments just on rate pegging. I do think that at Narromine Council we have, we've definitely taken a hit, but we're in a position that this time it's okay. So we don't want to pass on the increased cost to our community at this point. So that's why we didn't go for an SRV, but. And so I can't comment on that process. I guess just the one takeaway that I just wanted to make a point of, Madam Chair, was you were talking before about, we've been used to increased funding, and so now council have become used to that increase. And so now we have to potentially get used to less. And I just wanted to make the point that, yes, you're right, in the last few years we have been quite fortunate with funding and we have received more. But I would just make the point that that increased funding really only just met the actual cost of the infrastructure repairs. So prior to that, we were actually not meeting the depreciation charges or basically the rate of repairs that we needed to make. So whilst the increase was great and councils maybe have become used to it, I don't think it's not fair to assume that when we drop back we have to get used to it, because the level it was at previously was not actually enough to maintain assets.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Were there any other questions from my colleagues? Did you have anything else that you wanted to add or impart upon us as a committee, just in terms of the evidence today?
I have a comment, Gary, if you want, if that's okay.
Please do.
Thank you very much for having us today. I suppose for me, I just really think it is important. I think the inquiry is a great idea, and I think it's important that state and federal governments do understand, I guess, the scope of work that local governments do. We deliver a lot of assets and services to the communities, particularly in rural environments where the council is often the person or the place to go to when something is wrong. I've never worked in a town environment, but I grew up in Adelaide, so very familiar. And you know what? When I lived in Adelaide, I never even thought about the council. Like if something went wrong, you'd call the cops, you'd call someone, you wouldn't call the council. But I do on call now at council every once in a while, and do you know the calls I get? There are horses on the road. My next door neighbour's dog's barking at night. This is happening, that's happening. We get called for so much stuff, and the community expects so much from us. And in the most part, I think we do a pretty good job of delivering those services. So I just think it's really important that you guys are here listening to us, because to be able to deliver that service for the community, we need the money to be able to do it. And it's been good lately. Like, I just want to say it's been good. The Rose to Recovery money that's come in, that is great. Narromine's still benefiting from a bunch of flood money that's coming in, which has allowed us to really, make improvements. I would make the comment that like for like is not always best. Sometimes like for better is good. But we have been really lucky lately. But I just think there needs to be thought, because we don't want to end that pipeline. We do want to keep that going. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, between both of us, we've seen 5 flood disaster declarations since March 2021. Yeah. We would love to have some money, our own money, to add to have betterment to go with the flood damage. But there's absolutely nothing in the coffers. There's actually no more blood in the stone in a typical rural council. Any drop in grants will mean a drop in quality, levels of service, increases in levels of risk management and insurance worries.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Simi. It reminded me of a remark in your submission about the importance of maintaining critical infrastructure for the prosperity of your regional communities. So thank you very much. we might have a short break now. If there are any questions on notice or supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch with you about the details of those in due course. Thank you both again for making time to be here today in person to give evidence.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated. Thank you. lot of witnesses. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to us today. Could I ask each witness, starting with those that are here in the room, starting with Mr. Gallagher, just to state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Gallagher, General Manager at Coonamble Shire Council, and I'll take the oath that I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Kerry Murphy, Director of Infrastructure, Coonamble Shire Council, and I'll also take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And to our witnesses now online?
So good afternoon, everybody. My name's Barry Holm. I'm the Mayor of Berkshire Council. I'll just change classes. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm the General Manager of Berkshire Council, Leonie Brown. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Madam Chair, excuse me, we are getting a terrible feedback on that line.
Okay, we'll see what we can do about it here in the room. Apologies.
That's pretty good. You are actually quite clear now, but.
Oh, very good. Thank you. We'll now move to short opening statements. Would either of you like to start? We might start again with those in the room by making a short opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here representing Coonamble Shire Council on behalf of my elected members and our community. We appreciate the opportunity for you to have a hearing with us today and around the terms of reference. In particular, we just want to emphasise that Coonamble Shire is over 10,000, just short of 10,000 square kilometres. We have over 4,000, just short of 4,000 population, covering sealed roads and unsealed roads of 365 kilometres, just short of 1,200 kilometres unsealed road. And we also, like most local government areas in Western regions, we look after pools, water and sewage treatment plants. So we appreciate the opportunity to raise the issues about rate pegging and the ability to fund our infrastructure. And if I may, in the opening statement, I'll just add some points I'd like to clarify. So the interesting points that relate to Coonamble are we are, like other local governments, rate pegged at 3.7%. That generates an additional $241,000 of income to council. Our award wage for our staff this year was $345,000. So the rate pegging doesn't even come close to covering our wage increase. Our general fund this year is just over $31.5 million, of which our rates equate to 16% of that amount. Our general rate income for the Shire is $5.3 million, and our depreciation is approximately $3.6 million. Our grants that we averaged is about 44% of the operational budget, and the rest of the shortfall is made up of our fees and charges. So over the past 5 years, Council's received $65 million in grant funding. If I may hand over to my colleague just to talk about a couple of other figures that are relevant to the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just done some figures on the, I guess, percentage inflation versus the rate peg versus our wage increases for the last couple of years. 21-22 resulted in a shortfall of just under $50,000. 22-23 resulted in a surplus of $3,574. 23-24 resulted in a surplus of $28,212. And we're forecasting the 24-25 year of a shortfall of $104,000. So that's just an indication of the impact, I guess, that rate pegging is having in relation to wage increases and inflation purely alone, without taking out the factors of increase of costs for maintaining our assets and services.
And if I may, Madam Chair, we'd just like to, the other issue we'd like to raise as part of this process for consideration is obviously natural disaster funding, which has a major impact. Our our council currently is owed $5.5 million from the state government. The director and myself met with the minister several weeks ago, and we got a very good hearing from Minister Atchison. And but they're aware that that's now impacting on our working funds, and we've had to cease flood damage now to ensure that we are still a viable council with funds to continue with.
Thank you. Now to our witnesses that are online. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to provide evidence today regarding the Berkshire Council submission. There is a lot of feedback.
Feedback again, Madam Chair, very bad.
Berkshire Council is located 780 kilometres northwest of Sydney and 380 kilometres northwest of Dubbo. Berkshire comprises of the townships of Burke and 6 outlying villages and is considered a gateway into the western New South Wales and into southwest Queensland. The Shire has an area of 41,680 square kilometres, and to put that into perspective, the area of the Shire is 2/3 the size of Tasmania. The western boundary is 200 kilometres from Burke out at Wanaring, and the northern boundary stretches to Queensland. Burke and the surrounding areas is rich in Indigenous culture and history and is the traditional country of the Nambar people. The population of the LGA is estimated to be 2,340, 30%, or 780 identifying as Aboriginal, 708, sorry. Burke has seen a decline in population in the last 20 years, predominantly due to changes in application to irrigated cotton, horticulture and drought. The population of Burke in 1996 was 4,000 people, with the population decline in 2024 estimated to be 2,340, a 42% decline. Berkshire Council is a major employer in the community, employing 94 staff that equates to 87 full-time equivalent staff. In 2024, Council estimates to have an operating expenditure budget of $35 million and a capital works budget of $15 million. The expenditure aims to provide both services to our community in critical infrastructure to our large local government area. Council's asset valuation in 2023 for infrastructure, property, plant and equipment is valued at $352 million. With 22 years of experience in local government and 16 of those as finance manager, I have witnessed firsthand how it is becoming increasingly difficult over the years for Council to balance its budgets and continue to provide the service to our community. Council's rates account for approximately $1.98 million, or 5.6% of our operating expenditure, and is used to fund Council's general operations. In addition, whilst ever the government continues to purchase rural land for national parks, the number of assessments will continue to diminish. Other ratepayers are left to absorb a significant part of the rate base. In 2022-2023, Council's audited statements of performance measures, rates and annual charges outstanding percentage was 10.69%, down from 14.74% the previous year, after holding a successful 713 sale for unpaid rates and writing off $700,000. This reflects a low social economic community, with increases to fees and charges and rates beyond the statutory level being unsustainable, and results in our rates and charges outstanding percentage increasing, as so many of our communities simply are unable to pay. Remote rural councils do not have the opportunity to raise revenue like our city cousins. Some city councils may raise as much revenue from parking fees as they do from rates. Rural and remote councils do not have that opportunity. Spiralling costs of material and the cost of living also impact on council. Burke Council is significantly impacted by cost shifting from other levels of government, including rural fire service provisions, library services, Crown land management. All these impact on our ability to deliver services to our community. One size does not fit all when it comes to local government. Rural and remote councils are highly dependent on external funding to remain sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move... Sorry, did you also have an opening statement, Councillor Holman?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say that line is actually very, very bad, and I don't know how my GM got through that. It's very, very bad.
Look, we've checked up this end and everything seems to be fine at this end, so I'm not sure whether there is an issue with volume or of the like, but our apologies in advance. We are trying to work through and address the issues. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We might move to questions now. Just looking to see if anyone from the committee wanted to start. I'm happy to. No, Honourable Sam Faraway.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you, Leonie and Barry there in Burke. Sam Faraway here. I wanted to ask about road funding. Now, obviously, for all regional councils, roads are a big thing, and that's no different in the Berkshire, especially with a large road network. I wanted to get your view on how we make road funding more stable, I suppose, and trying to get your views around should government be moving away from a hard and fast BCR process for distributing funds to councils to support maintenance on their road networks. And so one, do you support or do you think government should move away from a hard and fast BCR process? And secondly, do you support what the former coalition government implemented in distributing road funding based on size of road network for both sealed and unsealed roads?
Thank you, Mr. Faraway. Yes, I have to say that for rural remote councils, it's very hard to meet the requirements under the BCR. So yes, I think it's good to move away from that and allow the opportunity for small rural remote councils that do have a significant road network. Councils' road network for us is 2,775 kilometres. Our regional roads are 572 kilometres, and 269 of those kilometres are sealed, with 303 kilometres unsealed. And rural local roads is 847 kilometres, and only 66 kilometres of those rural local roads are unsealed. Funding that was provided through the Fixing Country Roads and Fixing Local Roads was very much appreciated for our council, and assisted to upgrade roads that had been, we could not possibly undertake that works, particularly our local roads. Local roads funding comes from our rate base, or we fund that through our FAGS grant. We don't get any funding for the state government except for that for the previous government that had that rural local roads, which was very much appreciated and has allowed us to undertake significant works. I think it's really important that the government continues to look at funding rural remote councils with roads funding.
So moving away from roads and thinking about community infrastructure, what do you think is a more equitable way to remove the volatility of grants that are being contested between local government areas? For instance, if you were applying for funding for, I don't know, a skate park or something for the kids in Burke, but obviously your neighbouring councils were also applying for the same pot of money, we've seen programs that distributes funding based on LGA, and every LGA gets the same amount of funding for some of that infrastructure. And from memory, programs like Stronger Country Communities funding in the past did that. Do you feel that those sort of funding models that distributes the same amount of money from the pot for every LGA is far more equitable than trying to have one a BCR and then almost a beauty contest between councils? Do you think that that creates more volatility for small rural councils to be able to be successful in obtaining grants?
The Stronger Country Communities program worked very well, and from the 4 strands of that, Berkshire Council was able to achieve a lot of upgrades to infrastructure that we would not have been able to do previously. I think I have to agree that when we're competing, we have limited resources out here. We have limited resources to the ability to be able to write grant applications and to be successful. And there's a significant cost if we do go out and recruit somebody that has the ability to undertake that grant writing process. So when Stronger Country Communities came out and it was provided on LGA, it certainly assisted, as I said, with upgrading infrastructure that we would never have got there with if we were making individual grant applications and competing against the whole of the state.
So in your experience, and I'll throw this open to Canamble as well afterwards, do you feel that government, whoever's in power in Macquarie Street, that the criteria and the structure of the grant programs is actually as important for small rural councils as it is than anything else? Because the reality is you don't control the overall quantum of the pot of money, but what would work in small rural councils' favour is a better, more equitable distribution of that funding, wouldn't it? So everyone gets essentially their fair share rather than a beauty contest. Is that a fair assumption or a fair observation to make for a rural council like Burke and probably Canamble?
I have to agree. I don't know if I agree with the beauty contest part of it, but yeah, I think that, I think it's important that we, what has previously worked and the success that has worked around not just Burke, but all of our rural remote councils. We've all been able to undertake works that we would never previously been undertaken. It also has created employment for, particularly here in Burke, we've created Indigenous employment programs, and a majority of that work has been undertaken by people that are unemployed and were unemployed and are now on a scheme that we have been able to achieve some fantastic outcomes within the community. So I think it benefited a number of options here, as I'm sure it has benefited a number of other councils, especially for rural and remote that don't have that opportunity to make those applications for those grants. Once we've all got to, fight for it.
Canamble?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Faraway. I pretty well agree with my colleague at Burke. By way of background, I'm an engineer, so I've had the issue on roads for 30 plus years of my career. I've always worked in smaller councils. I like the fact that you're closer to your community. The issue is exactly, we've always competed against our bigger brothers. In this case, our Dubbo is our regional centre, and you've got Tamworth and those areas there that are attracting larger funds than what we would normally do. When I was in the Hunter Valley, I worked in the former Merriwell Shire Council, and it was on a proportional basis there, and we were lucky to get a token $50,000 towards roadworks, where the likes of Lake Macquarie and the larger councils were getting the fair share of it. Over the years, I have seen where it has tried to be shared a lot further, and your comment about some of those programs is true and correct. We were very successful, and over $1 million in some of those programs to the betterment of our community. We've got upmarket, upgraded change sheds and that for our youth to play sport and all that. But it comes down to the roads and the length of the roads we have and the expectation from our community. As I said earlier in my opening statement, our rates is a very small proportion of our income. We are very reliant on the federal assistance grants, which predominantly goes towards our roads. We're reliant on other grants, and we are very appreciative of the grants that have been provided over the last few years through the natural disasters and various things. The issue we have with that, some of that area, and to touch base on, it's great to receive a grant. By the time we get the deed, it's 3 months. There's a time delivery program on a lot of those grants of, say, 2 years, or 18 months to 2 years. So we've got 3 months before we get a signed deed before we start, and then you've got to do the procurement and go through the process. So there's delays in actually being able to deliver. Like my colleague at Burke, grant writing is the key to that. I'm fortunate we do have a very good colleague on my team that can write submissions, but there is a lot of work that goes into that process to actually get a good grant and approved through that process. But we would like what your comments there about more and equitable, where remote communities, our community, our youth have to travel long distances to actually be able to go and play sport and participate. So, but the ability of upgrading our facilities allows them to play in their own town, but also bring our surrounding towns together as well.
Dr. Cohen? Yeah, no, it's fine.
Thanks so much for both making the time to give evidence today. My first question was to Kuhn Amble, but happy for Burke to jump in as well. I was interested to read about some of the grants you've gotten recently for things like the Regional Art Trail. There was a grant from the Regional Youth Investment Program for crisis accommodation units. These sound like things that are outside of that very traditional remit of roads, rates and rubbish, which, the committee's really heard that in 2024 doesn't accurately reflect what councils are providing. Can you tell us a bit about the community need or the community support that you saw for those kinds of facilities? And I suppose if local government wasn't taking the leadership role to champion these projects or to apply for that grant funding, what else would happen in your community?
Yeah, we do appreciate that. That was a fairly significant grant we got. It was something like $1 million for the Youth Empowerment Program. It is going extremely well. The first 16 youth have gone through that empowerment program and then building on that, and we're about to go to the next stage. What it's doing is actually taking opportunities for the youth and showing them that it's not dim and gloom and dark and gloom going forward. Our program is about getting back in and changing the culture or the thinking of the children and providing opportunities. At our council, we're also running a Wake Up and Shake Up program. We got some funding to do. Our first program was to take 15 community members who were unemployed or wouldn't have the opportunity to take them through to actually get the skills they need to actually get work. Out of that first 15, 13 are now gainfully employed. So we're actually not only targeting the youth, but in between that. Our community, diversion is we have, I call it the shark bite. Our community is young between 0 and 20, and then we have a big gap where between 20 and 50 have either left the district or chased for housing and that side of the issue. And then we have the ageing population. We've lost that skill gap that people would normally be involved with volunteers and stuff like that. That's the gap we're looking at filling. Some of the other issues we've got is obviously housing. We've got it's a state issue across the board, and to that national, we're looking outside the parameters and trying to work out what we need to do to bring housing and create those opportunities. So, sorry, I lost the first bit of that question, if I may. Sorry.
That's all right. There was a last bit about the question. I suppose if local government in your region wasn't taking the leadership role to apply for those grants to facilitate those programs, would they happen? Is there any other
They would not
who
happen.
actually do that?
No. One of the things we've done is we've gone back to our community and brought our community back in as one community. We're now talking to all the different organisations. What we did find in the process of building this connection was that every organisation were doing a little bit, but no one was doing the big picture or pulling together, or they were competing against other. We've now brought our community together so that we're actually working as one and with a common goal of providing those services. But if council didn't take the lead, it wouldn't happen.
Thanks. I was just pausing in case Burke wanted to jump in. That's all right. I also wanted to ask about disaster recovery and resilience, and I think it's another area where communities probably assume that it's the state government doing that work and funding that work, and I understand both of your areas have been significantly flood impacted. Could you talk a bit about the work that's actually meant for council and how that was resolved?
I'll hand to my colleague, because we've been doing.
Thank you, Dr. Conn. Yes, so I commenced in Coonamble Shire in April last year after the occurrences of the multiple natural disasters. At that point, council had engaged a consultant to go through and assist with the assessing, I guess, because it's a big project. What's happened is, obviously the assessments have been done in accordance with the guidelines from the DRFA. we've had upper limits approved after evidence has been provided and things like that. And to the point of, I think we're looking at about $14 million worth of flood damage from those 4 natural disasters in the 4 years, not 3 that I had in my submission. My apologies. But what's happened is we've then got that upper limit approval. We've gone and engaged external contractors because of the timeframes applied for that expenditure to actually get that work done. And what we found was that putting in the claims, there was a lot of, additional evidence-based claims. So even though the evidence had been provided in the first case in accordance with the guidelines, and I appreciate that, but then it just found we're having to jump through constant more hurdles in order to make the claims to be able to get that expenditure reimbursed. So I guess in Coonamble, we're at the point where we had, over last financial year and this year, basically spent $5.5 million of that upper limit that was approved to start with between emergency works and remediation works. Have had multiple claims sitting there, and it got to the point where we weren't getting any of those reimbursements. So we've had to stop because at the end of the day, our bottom line was impacted. We were literally running on almost zero cash flow because of that, time frames waiting for the reimbursement, which is what the catalyst was for meeting with Minister Aitchison in June. And to her credit, she gave us a fantastic hearing. We did receive a part payment last week, but there's still a lot outstanding. I guess the other issue in regards to that is not only are the roads still not fixed, but it's also, because we've had to stop doing that work, it's also eating into that time frame that we have to be able to undertake that work as well. So there's a lot of issues around it. Appreciate the opportunities to be able to have that funding available, but I guess there's a lot of frustrations around how that is actually working in the real world.
I'm pleased to hear you got such a good result out of the new minister. Yeah. I suppose for every small council to have to meet directly with the minister, shouldn't have to have gone through that process. Yeah.
And if I may, again, there's caveats I mentioned to Mr. Farrow earlier. We've got time parameters on the limit of the funding. Now, if you can appreciate, you've got a flood event and your roads are inaccessible. Our residents are ringing up saying we need to get to town. We've got the schooling and different things and what have you. There's an expectation we're going to fix these roads straight away. Now, some of our roads, and one particular road, had been inaccessible for over 14 months. It was just flooded and it was near impossible to get to. It was assessed and approved, and then there was the expectation we'd repair it, but you couldn't get to it. The other issue is obviously our materials. We run a commercial quarry, and our gravel pits, but again, getting access to those is hard. We've recently had a lot of feedback from our residents about the flood damage and the expectation of who's paying, and we've taken them through that process and explained that it's federally funded provided through the state to us and so on. But we now have other agencies involved that are slowing up the process of payment, which is very frustrating from our point of view, and that's what we raised with the minister. Basically, at the end of the day, it's our residents then start complaining and whinging about the condition of our roads. So, and one thing my colleague didn't mention, we've actually worked a little bit smarter. We understand the word betterment. Our roads have, of course, the funding, instead of doing 1 kilometre, 2 kilometres of road and building the crown and fixing the drainage, over the period of time, the budgets have diminished to the point where it's a total grade. And I was horrified when I arrived at Coonamble to find out they were priding themselves on grading a road 7 kilometres in a day, and that's just ridiculous. That's a skim over the top. It's not doing anything and not achieving anything. So we've adopted the philosophy now. We're using the flood damage and it's isolated areas. It's not an entire length of the road. So we've actually used some of the grant funding through roads recovery and other function formats, plus our own maintenance grading to actually fix the entire length of the road. But we can only do a small number of those roads because it eats into the budget.
While we're talking about flooding as well, Burke, in your written submission, talked about the Shire having to take on some of the roles traditionally undertaken by the SES because of the low number of volunteers. Could you explain what some of that work was?
Thank you, Dr. Con. So in the 2022 flood, we had significant flooding here in Bourke. And, of course, it takes a long time for the water to actually get to Bourke, but it's slow and long. And as it was rising, it cuts off all different roads to Bourke, so Brewarrina, Sydney and the Cobar Road. And then it starts to impact on infrastructure. We have a fantastic SES team here in Bourke, but they're all getting older, and they just don't have the capacity to be able to undertake the works that is required of the SES. So we had council staff undertake sandbagging and undertaking works to prevent properties from becoming inundated. Unfortunately, we did lose one property, but if council staff did not become involved, we would have lost many more properties. An example of that is that the cost associated with that works that was undertaken is $118,000, and the state government has agreed to reimburse us $18,000. So because we're undertaking that works in our normal daily activities, they would not reimburse the cost for that works. I would have had the teams out working on our roads. It wasn't raining at that time because the rain had been a long time previous, 6 weeks prior, but it takes 6 weeks for the water to get here. I could have had our teams doing other works and it coming out of another budget, but I have to find that money, or council has to find money to actually put the to fund that project now, because the state government is not going to pay under the legislation. So it's certainly a cost to council, and we had to find it, and it's just another form of cost shifting. And I'd just like to talk about council not just being roads, rates, and rubbish with your first question, if you wouldn't mind. We work. Out in small remote councils, we are the community. Everyone comes to council if there's a problem. So an example is we work very closely with the police in regards to law and order. And we certainly do, no doubt you've probably seen us in the media on occasions where we do have our issues in regards to law and order, but we work very closely with our police and have an absolute fabulous relationship, but it all takes time. For health, we provide, to make sure that we have doctors in our community. We provide housing for those doctors and also a facility for the doctors to operate out of. Education, Bourke Council owns the Bourke and District Children's Services, 2 buildings that they operate out of. They have a preschool operating out of there and a childcare facility. The youth centre or youth services, we have a fantastic PCYC here, but council owns the PCYC building. We are responsible for a lot of things that I guess maybe city councils aren't responsible for, but we are the community, as I've said, and the community expect that council provide those services so we do have a livable space. And again, with our roads, we had substantial road damage during the rain events in the last 3 or 4 years, since 2021, so it's probably 3 years. And those events, we've put a contractor on to assist council to complete that, the assessments, and also to assist with having the works done. Council prides itself here on we have a fantastic fleet. We have maintained that fleet over for a long period of time, and we like to undertake that works predominantly. We don't contract a big firm in to come and undertake that work. So we're doing a similar thing to Canamble and strategically looking at our roads and trying to upgrade strategic areas that allow better access to people that live out in the outer areas to be able to access us as a regional centre.
Thank you. Those are very helpful examples. I had one last question, if I may, Chair. Sure. Coonamble, in your written submission, but I'm sure Burke will want to comment on this as well. You talked about the level of work that's actually required for grant submissions, and you also commented on the need often for projects to get to the point of being shovel-ready before you can apply for the grant, and the amount of resourcing that you then need to provide to a project that you don't know at that stage whether it will actually get funded or not. I was wondering if you had any examples or quantification of that, and then I suppose what are the solutions?
Thank you for your question, Dr. Conn. In short, I don't have an example, but I can talk in a general sense about that, because I guess to the point of your question about having projects shovel-ready, a lot of the grants, the requirement is that they are ready to go. And I guess in a perfect world, you've got 2 years to undertake the project. So that's plenty of time because you've got a shovel-ready project. Talking about grants in general, majority of the grants are for new infrastructure. So they're talking about, your new skate parks, new buildings, may or may not be sealing a road, things like that. So in order to have the work done for those grants, you've got to go and basically have the scope of works ready to go. You've got to have those scopes of works estimated. It all takes time. Designs, potentially if they're for buildings or any other thing. So they all cost money as well. So it's about having that revenue in the first place to be able to fund those preparations for the grant, and then you shelve the grant. You shelve the project. You apply for the grant, and then you may or may not get it. The project may be ready to go. And you may or may not be able to justify putting it in your budget. It might be just one of those projects that it's a nice to have if we can get external funds for it, but given the limited funds we have, we can't actually justify spending our own revenue for that. Over time, obviously, costs escalate, then you need to re-estimate the jobs, things like that. So I guess as far as preparation of that comes also back down to the professional people that you have employed as well. Separately to probably the issue we're talking about, but it's really difficult to recruit qualified professional people in the West. And I'm pretty sure our colleagues at Burke would agree. It's difficult to be able to get engineers, in any sense, project engineers. You've really got to think outside the square to be able to attract them to want to come to your town and choose you over a private sector or a bigger council that can afford to pay well above the market rate for you to go there. So it all factors in. As my colleague mentioned earlier, we're very fortunate. We have a really good grants officer who currently works for us, who isn't an engineer. So he basically leans on infrastructure, which is great because we get the best of both worlds there. But again, it takes everybody away from everything else they're doing to be able to do those grant applications. So, and we don't know when the grants are coming up either. There's no time frames. And I guess going back to your previous question, or Minister Faraway's question about the grant funding, there's no ability to be able to plan in the future for that funding. It's very ad hoc. So you may be fortunate enough to have a project ready to go, or you may not. And if you don't, well, unfortunately, you throw something together, you may be fortunate enough to get the grant, and then you've then got to do the whole works and jerks, design, everything else in that 2-year period, for instance. So it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, so in terms of solutions, is it that grant programs should allow you to include the cost of the preparation work you needed to do for the grant in the grant scheme? Or is it a move to more untied funding with councils just inviting the local member to cut the ribbon anyway?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a combination of both, I'll be honest with you. And if I may, I think there probably needs to be more thought given to the maintenance and servicing of existing assets. My colleague here is the chair of the asset management component of IPWEA, so we are very focused on our asset management of our assets, and we find that there's not a lot of focus on that with grant funding. It's a lot of the bright and shiny things for the ribbon cutting, not so much for the maintenance and the servicing of the assets that we already have and can't look after. And a good example of that was that pothole funding that was granted a few years ago, because I suppose it ticked the boxes. It helped councils sort of get on top of that. But again, that wasn't an overnight problem. That had been developing and simmering under the surface for quite some time until it got to where it was.
If I may, I did add in the submission, we talked about asset management, and as Kerry alluded to, I'm the chair of the IPWA Asset Management Panel, and I'm also the New South Wales representative on the National Asset Management Strategy. And if you look at the Audit Office report on asset management, it's not only our regional, actually we do it quite well in our regional area here on our asset management and understand our assets, because we have to. But when you look at the long-term financial planning and where an asset management plan should be feeding into, there's a lot of councils not doing that very well, and that's because they don't have the quality or the qualified staff. I'm very fortunate. I've got 2 managers working for me. That's their core field, and they've worked for me in the past. And my background, so we're doing okay. But other councils are struggling, and it's 1% of the duties of a person in there. And it's that asset management and looking at the long term. It's just nice. We'll accept any grant funding for our community and get these facilities, but the nexus is then we have to start looking from the long term financial and replacement and repair and that, which is the issue that we don't fund or look at do in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. I guess in regards to your question for grant funding and the ability to attract that funding, it is very difficult from us as a small council. And recently, I'll just give you an example. We made an app that we developed a an active transport plan, which was funded previously, and developed a very detailed scope of where we would continue to upgrade infrastructure rather than building new. We're very focused on trying to upgrade infrastructure rather than building new, because we do have a significant amount of asset, I guess, and huge depreciation. And we made application because we were shovel ready with this active transport plan to the recent opportunity for grant funding, and just recently we've been unsuccessful in the 3 applications that we made. And it all takes time. I know that we're not going to get everything, but when you put in the effort, it's very disappointing when you don't receive. But what we've decided here in Burke also is for our major projects that we want to upgrade, we're actually doing business cases on them all. So we develop business cases, so we are shovel ready, and then it's not such a simple process, but we are there and we can date the reports as required when funding is available.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might start with this question to Canamble based on your submission, but Burke, please do add if you want to for this sort of contribution. In your submission, you talk about asset management planning, and you also talk about community engagement and the need to strengthen mechanisms for community consultation and engagement in the budgeting and infrastructure planning processes. What would that stronger community engagement process in the budgeting look like?
Yeah, I can start. So just as far as the community engagement, I think to date, and I'll acknowledge that some councils don't do it well at all. It's behind closed doors, budgets, things like that, and I think the communities want to know more about what councils do, and I think that starts with the budget. I think they need to understand the basis of how councils determine their budget in the first instance, and to and why we spend what we're spending going forward. This year, I think for the first time, Canamble actually held consultation workshops with the communities. We have Canamble and 2 villages, Galargambone and Quambone, So we held separate workshops for them. But I think on a similar vein, as far as asset management is concerned, there needs to be more consultation with that. And I guess a similar kind of thing would happen, basically putting the asset management plans out for exhibition, letting them look at the asset management plans so they can actually get... And I'll be honest, a lot of people won't be interested, they won't even care, but I guess it's about the efforts that council makes to engage with the community. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So, you need to be able to demonstrate that they're the community's assets. We're doing what we can to be able to maintain them and keep them in a condition that they're going to continue to work. It also sets the scene for when those assets reach the end of their useful life and they need replacement, and potentially we need a special rate variation because of the rate pegging or things like that, where council might need to take a loan out to be able to renew these assets, because some of these are quite significant costs. So I guess that's where the engagement comes from, and I guess it's easier to sell that if the community knows the background to why you want to do what you're doing.
And if I may, just the other one is we're about to go into elections in September, and potentially a total new council with a total different perspective on what they want to deliver for the community. The advantage of having the asset management plans in place is if we can demonstrate what we're planning for the future. If they want to change it, we can actually amend it, but we know the financial hit on the council bottom line if that's the case. So an example we've been dealing with is there's an expectation of greater sporting fields. We've gone back to the council and to the community and said it would be nice to have sporting fields, but they're going to cost X amount of dollars to develop, and then we've got the long-term financial. So we've actually looked at our own area that we're managing now and managed to put some extra additional sporting fields within the same complex at a lot lower cost, and we're already maintaining that area. So they're the things we need to talk to our community greater. It is interesting, we can call community consultation, and you might get one person or zero, or you might get 50 people. If you make it a controversial issue, guaranteed you get a renter crowd will come in. But it's delivering that message out. We like many other councils, are using our Facebook media and emails, and we've been averaging 2 media releases out each week, just on the good news, what we've been doing to actually get that message out there, and it's getting very good feedback back because people are actually hearing that. The radio and the TV are picking that up, the local newspapers picking that up. But it's, as Kerry alluded, you can't bring the horse to, you can bring the horse to the water if you can't make it drink. And it is difficult because of the tyranny distance in our area. We have a large rural area, and Burke's not much different. And to bring people aren't going to come in and drive 100 kilometres to listen for a 15-minute presentation. Things they do well is on a major sporting event or a community event, we'll put up a display and talk about that. And my predecessors have done that well in the past. So, but yeah, it becomes very interesting from the community when it becomes very topical. Other than that, generally they seem to be reasonably happy with what we do.
Thank you.
Can I just say something there on that there? Burke Council undertakes yearly meetings with 6 villages, and including these meetings determine the level of service and infrastructure upgrades requested by the community. They are always considered, but not always can they be adhered to. I'll just give you a good example why funding is so important to council. We went to Byron the last few years, and they have dirty water down there, and they wanted a filtration plant put in so they could have clear water. I said, yeah, that's okay, but you could have to pay for it through your rate. And they said, oh, we're fine with that there. How much would the rates be? The radius now is probably $1,500, $2,000 yearly. We would have to increase that to something like $15,000, $20,000 per family down there to do that, and they just said, no way we can do that. So my point that I'm trying to make is it's all about why we should get funding from government departments. If we don't have grant funding, I mean, we just cannot survive. It's just as simple as that there. We have a rating base. I think we've already bought that over 1.98 million. which is about 5% of our operating costs. And our operating costs are between $35 and $40 million. So, the equation works out that without financial assistance grant funding from government departments, small communities, and there's a lot of them, they just struggle to make ends meet. And it's just so important that government funding comes to these small communities and let them survive.
Did you have anything further to add on that one, Leonie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess in regards to your question about community consultation, I think integrated planning and reporting is one of the best things that the government has implemented, and it has really made councils understand what is required. And as the Mayor has alluded to, we hold yearly meetings, and since 2013 we have gone out to our 6 villages into town. And in the beginning, we were getting many people at our meetings. As we go out now, we don't necessarily get that many because we've satisfied the community. They are, I think they feel heard, and we take out a lot of information. We take out about our roads and the costs, and give them a bit of a PowerPoint to provide the detail of what's actually going on at council. I agree with Terry, they probably don't necessarily understand it, but it's so important that we do consult. So integrated planning and reporting has been a very, very, very important, phase of local government.
Thank you. I wanted to ask now about disaster funding, which I know my colleague has touched on earlier. We know that councils, and we've certainly heard across the course of the inquiry, that councils are delivering more and more infrastructure in the wake of, natural disasters and floods and fires, particularly relative to their normal course of activities. What sorts of delays are you experiencing in getting reimbursement from the state government? You mentioned delays. What sort of delays are these?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll give you some perspective, and it's quite interesting because there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. And full disclosure, I think it's definitely, there has been correspondence to and from Transport for New South Wales, which is obviously the administering body, with clarifications and things like that. But we submitted a claim for AGRN 898 in March this year, and it was actually paid last week, post our meeting with Minister Aitchison. Conversely, we lodged 3 claims in October last year for AGRN 1034 for emergency works, and we still haven't been paid for that from October last year. So they account for, I'm just going to say, $1.5 million just of emergency works, which under the guidelines are to make the roads accessible for the community. So that's still being queried by Transport for New South Wales. And there was another claim for AGRN 987 lodged in January, and another one for AGRN 960 lodged in March. So that when we've put these claims in, it's taken us substantial periods of time to actually put the claims together with our consultant because of the evidence that we then have to provide with that. So I guess that's kind of just an example of what we're looking at, which is accounting to the money that we've spent and haven't been reimbursed with. So, and as I said, the emergency works was works that had to be done to these roads in order for our community to be able to move on them. If we hadn't have done them, then that would be a lot different situation as well.
Yeah. And so do you know why the delays are occurring?
As far as I'm aware, is because that they are clarifying our claims and what is and isn't eligible. Okay. I guess that's the especially for the emergency works, that's the frustration for us in that emergency works are works that are required that you would do whether you got funding or not. So that's what we've gone and done, and I guess now we're making the claim on that. So it's difficult.
Might just add, some of the other works have been approved to an upper limit. So in other words, we've got approval to go through that process, and that's what we're mindful that we won't go above that. If we go below that, that's fine. It's a win-win for everybody. And we're getting queries now on that or delays in processing that when we've already received the initial approval to go for and start repairing the road and bring it back. We're very mindful of the word betterment, and that's what I alluded to earlier. We're actually putting our own maintenance money and grant funding to actually go back and bring the crown back into the road and do the table drains so that the next flood comes through, hopefully it won't have as much impact. So, and that's been funded through council, as I said, either through supported through grant or our normal maintenance money.
Just further too, I just wanted to clarify as well that there's a vast majority of that work that we've done under 1034 that was re-damaged from previous natural disasters. So I guess that's further on that, we've spent money, we've fixed the roads, and then 12 months later we've had a natural disaster that's washed it away. So we sort of just keep spending money in the same places over and over, which is, I guess, everybody's argument for what they term as betterment.
So we've just gone through the revaluation process for our roads, which is for the end of financial year. We've actually gone through and engaged a consultant to come through, and they've literally videotaped and condition rated our roads. So we need that evidence to go forward, in a claim, because they look back and the first thing they say, demonstrate us with photos of what the road looked like, and we can't do that because a lot of the time we don't have that information. So now going forward, and we're prepared for the next event, we can say, well, we brought this road back up to this condition. Here's the video, here's the photo, and this is what was here. But that's additional work, and we've only done that this financial year because we've got the infrastructure revaluation as part of the end of year financial process.
And I guess another point is, especially to Leonie's terms as well, with rural and regional councils, the guidelines expect that for pre-damage evidence, there's a photo every 50 metres of the road, and it can't be more than 4 years old. So there's all of this, which puts further impost on the smaller councils with the less resources to have to go and have this evidence. And then when you can't necessarily supply this evidence, you can't demonstrate that what is true, and so that also forms the delays as well. So there's a lot in it, and it's difficult.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful to know. Burke, did you have anything to add to that from your perspective?
I think Canamble certainly responded to that. We're probably along the same lines. It's all the same issues.
Yeah. So my question now is, what can we do about the delays, and what can we do to, assist the process?
Well, I'd like to turn back time when I was a young engineer. Those days are well and truly gone. And I'll be blunt. And that was when I was out in the regional council, and we received something like $20 million to fix our roads. It was an open checkbook. Those days are gone, and accountability, and we understand all that. But we've gone from one extreme to another extreme, and at the end of the day, my priority is to get my roads open and back to a condition where my residents can get to town and the children can come to school. The short answer is, in my opinion, over the last several recoveries, the last thing we mentioned earlier, the 3 R's, roads, rates and rubbish. Well, I did a presentation to some conferences with the extra R, which was the recovery component. And we've kind of complicated that too much, in my opinion. There's another tier of governance that's been put into there that seems to interfere. And the relationship we've had in the past, and prior to coming to Canamble, I worked with a council, and we got $4 million of flood damage that at the time the staff there didn't know even how to put a claim in. And the mayor spoke to me and said, what do we do? And I said, well, we'll just go through this process and that. And we got that funding. And Transport, to their credit, when I rang them up and said, look, I need some training on how this happens in the process, they sent staff up and trained the team. So they understood what was eligible, what was ineligible. They actually went out on the job site and said, righto, well, this is eligible, yes, you can put a claim in for that. That's not eligible. And I'm not sure how our process at Canamble, because it was prior to Karen and myself arrival, but there just seems to be a level of governance in there that seems to be slowing things down. And I understand about accountability and transparency, and the fact is it's federal money coming through, and there's that. But in my opinion, there's something there that's blocking it and making it slower. That could be.
If I can add, and to not be too crude, but I think there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. I think we've got a lot of government agencies involved. We've got money from the federal government. We've got Transport for New South Wales. We've got the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. We've got NEMA. Everybody seems to be having a say in how all of this is working. If I had one suggestion, it would be to go back to basics and actually look at what the purpose of the disaster recovery funding is, and look at how that can best serve the communities and how it can be best administered, I guess. And if all of those government agencies are required, that's fine, but it all needs to be streamlined and it all needs to be spelt out to the council so that they know what to expect. There's a lot of misinformation, and as I said, I think there's just too many fingers in the pie that are just really slowing it down.
And from a council perspective, there's a lot of work to put that flood damage claim together. Prior to my arrival, our council was using a consultant, and as a guide, that consultant was paid in excess of around $600,000 over a period of time to put that together. That could have funded several engineers or staff or permanent employees, but that wasn't eligible at the time, and that's one of the issues we're facing. So we've since moved back into council staff doing it, because at least we've got a better handle on it. What we were finding when the consultants come in, we were doing all the legwork anyway and then handing them the information. So we've actually straightened that out, but that money could have funded some cadet engineers to go out from university who was looking for work experience to go out and assist in that under guidance of a chief engineer.
Just looking at to see whether Burke had anything to add to that.
No, I don't think I've got anything to add. I mean, we're doing it a little bit differently to what Canamble's doing. Certainly, we're using a consultant that I think seems to be working well for us, because we find it so hard to get resources to come out and do those works. And we've only just, we've changed around the way we do it. Prior to that, we were doing all our own works, and I think that we were missing out on claims because of that. The distance of our roads and the requirement for having that, capturing those shots every 50 metres, it's a job here that's impossible for the staff that we have. So, there's probably a little bit of difference between us. But in answer to your question to how we fix it, it's probably that level of different agencies within the organisations that distribute the funding, because along with Paul, I think that previously I've been here a long time and I've done a lot of flood claims, and it was much more simple, but not, it was rigorous to deal with Transport with New South Wales and to lodge our claims and to get the funding through.
Thank you. And I'm just going to be a little cheeky and sneak in one last question, because we did start a bit late. Apologies. And this was specific to Burke Council, your submission. I'm noticing your submission you do not charge Section 64 or Section 94 developer contributions. Why is that?
Well, look, we've got very limited applications for development, and it's just a rural remote council that, the applications that we would have would not necessarily build our parks and footpaths, and I think you'll find that there's probably many rural councils that don't charge Section 94s.
Is that the case for?
Pretty much the same, yes. Yep. We want to encourage development, and if we charge to get a developer to come to our area is difficult enough, and then to charge them fees and charges. So we're much the same.
Interesting. Thank you both. Look, thank you both so much for the time you've given today to give evidence to the inquiry. It's wonderful to hear both your perspectives. If there are any questions on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you around the details for that. Thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I could wait for the chair.
Welcome. Thanks so much for taking time today to give evidence to the inquiry. A couple of my colleagues have just stepped out, but they will be back in, just in case you're wondering why there's a couple of empty chairs up here. If I could ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Sure. Daniel Spear, I'm Manager Works, Shire Council. I swear that evidence now that about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Stephen Maru, Director Corporate Services, Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hi, my name's Ian Greenham. I'm the Director of Technical Services with Orange City Council, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I'd also like to pass on my apologies from my CEO and Mayor, who were otherwise engaged when they were invited to attend this. And thank you for coming out to the region.
Thank you. Would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, yes.
I can make one. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Standing Committee for providing us the chance today to address this committee on what is a subject of crucial importance to us in rural New South Wales. You've now received well over 100 submissions from councils and other stakeholders on the issue of the ability of local government to fund infrastructure and services. And since 2008, we've noted at least 6 inquiries of various forms into this particular question. And each time we seem to get the same issues, the same recommendations, and the same discussion points. Rate pegging does not work. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for councils. Rural councils are highly grant dependent and do not have opportunities for own source revenue. And cost shifting is breaking the back of rural smaller councils. Each year, the JLT Public Sector Risk Report lists financial sustainability as the #1 risk for local government. And each year, the number of councils struggling financially increases. But nothing seems to change, unfortunately. According to the Local Government New South Wales submission to one of the above 6 inquiries, there have been 178 special rates variations over the 10 years as at 2022. I'm from Shire Council. Shire Council, as with other rural councils, maintains an extensive land area. Not as big as Burke or Coonamble, but significant nonetheless. We also have 1,850 kilometres of roads and a population of only 10,000 people. Council is by far the most visible level of government for residents of the Shire, and we have to step in and plug gaps when other levels of government can't. Rural towns are not Sydney. We don't have the population density to fund the levels of services that would be expected in Sydney, nor do we have the population density to basically be able to deliver services at cost recovery. Quite the opposite. Our pool costs $500,000 a year. We spend $200,000 a year to provide subsidised medical services to our community, and RFS contributions were $550,000 last year. We also lack other sources of income. We can't charge car parking. We don't have buildings we can rent out like the big city councils do. Forbes Shire councils reported net operating losses before capital grants in most of the last 9 years, and that's the norm, not the exception. As Director of Corporate Services, we've been balancing money this week, balancing bills, hoping for payments from the state government to come in so that we're not reporting negative available cash at year end. We're currently owed $6 million worth of funding from other levels of government, which isn't too bad considering where we were a month or two ago. We don't mean to sound harsh in what we're saying. The system is broken. We understand this is a new government. We understand this is a new inquiry. And we understand that other levels of government are struggling financially. There are a few easy fixes, however. First and foremost would be to fix rate pegging. And there are solutions to that. Allow representative democracy to work, allow us to charge the revenue we as a council want, and provide the level of services we as a council want and agree to per our IPNR process, which is a great process that really does help set the direction for local government going forward. Redirect government grants to councils that do not have either the rate base or the population density to earn adequate own source revenue. Burke, Coonamble, Forbes, these would be really good examples. And probably lastly, end cost shifting. In closing, the government would be much better served to have effective functioning rural communities that can help take housing and infrastructure pressure off the Sydney Basin than an empty interior west of the divide. Fix rate pegging and help rural councils remain viable and not only meet the needs of our community, but also help us to provide livable communities that can attract people from Sydney. Thank you, and sorry for taking up so much time.
No, thank you. Mr. Greenham, did you have an opening statement as well?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. Just by way of introduction, I'm a civil engineer with and a management fellow of Engineers Australia. I've worked in every state in Australia except for Tasmania. So I've got some broad experience around how different things work in different areas. And I've been the Director of Engineering Services or Director of Technical Services at Orange City Council for over 6.5 years. Specifically around funding infrastructure, as that was the terms of reference for today's thing. Water, sewer and waste, as you're all aware, are deemed to be critical services and are funded separate to the general rate cap through fees and charges supported by a 30-year financial plan. We've made provisions for renewals in our fees and charges, but additional support is needed where climate change and water security comes in. And I'd also add to that where there might be changes to legislation around what the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines might be. So if Australia was to follow the US example and change the acceptable level of PFAS by reducing it 140 times to what the US standard is currently now, then I'd say most water utilities, and most regional councils are water utilities as well, most water utilities would need some assistance in that position. And I also want to acknowledge that both sides of government have helped us on the water security front. So both the previous and the current government are helping us there. Roads, there's certainly a backlog of renewal work. And following successive natural disasters where councils around us were declared, yet we received flash flooding and damage out of those events. We were finally declared in under Declaration 1034 on the 14th of September 2022, which was also the Yarra floods. So overall, pavements remained saturated for a period of time after that, and council was supported with pothole patching funds by both sides of government following that event to help address the events of the spring of 2022. Roads are funded through grants, development contributions in our case, and general fund, so are limited and variable from year to year. There's The New South Wales Local Roads Congress, amongst other things, has recommended roads be treated as an essential service and funded through fees and charges like water, sewer and waste levies. There will still be an equity and access component that both councils previous to us had sort of intimated to help fund, like from both tiers of government, to help fund. And these funding streams should be known in advance and indexed in line with the construction cost index, so or the producer price indexes. State forests that operate a commercial enterprise should be subject to local government rates in recognition that of the overmass 65-tonne plus vehicles that they operate on the local road network during logging. And now they're also looking to put wind farms in the state forest. So where there's a commercial activity by the state, they shouldn't be free of rates or exempt from paying rates. They should pay their fair share. The developer contribution cap of $20,000 per subdivision lot with no indexation was appropriate when it was brought in, and most councils recognise that when we've been talking with the Department of Planning. But it has not kept up with inflation, so it's been capped at that ever since it was brought in back in the 2000s, so prior to 2010. And to such an extent that grants now are generally directed at supporting enabling infrastructure for development works in our case. And that means that those grants haven't been used to help address the infrastructure backlog that we've got. A stepped increase in line with the construction cost index needs to be implemented, and then a mechanism for similar annual indexing to ensure developers are funding their fair share for infrastructure works. Rate pegging has not kept up with wages growth, which is council's single largest cost centre. For Orange, it's sitting at 46% of the cash budget, excluding depreciation. Now, I did do a double check on the last 12 years of information I could find, and while the rate peg over the last 12 years has grown by 42%, the award increases are sitting also at 42%. But what that doesn't recognise is under the modern award, we have a salary structure that has entry levels and 3 steps after that, so a spread of 10%. So every year our wages growth goes higher than the actual award increase, because we need to implement the salary system on top of that as well. And so I'd imagine the Office of Local Government, when they say that, when they respond to questions around wages growth, they'd say that the rate pegging has kept up with it, but it hasn't in effect, because there is that salary structure, and that's very important for our staff as well. Unlike my colleague, I do believe in rate pegging because I've been involved in government and local government on and off since 1992. And I've been involved with councils that have chosen not to pass a rate peg on, and what the generational equity issues that has on future communities, generations of the community that we're serving, is significant, because you never get that back. And so you end up going through this cycle where if it was left up to the councillors, no one really wants to pass on increased costs. So it's not a popular decision. So if it's purely left up to the councillors, it generally doesn't get passed on. So I believe there should be some government oversight. I believe there is a place in there, but I think the rate pegging should at least track real wages growth within the industry. And the emergency services levy with in Queensland. I've still got property in Queensland, and in Queensland it's a straight-through arrangement. So there is no charge on local government for the emergency services other than through the rates, and it's collected as a levy, just like waste and water and sewer is. Currently, I believe there's a proposal to scrap the emergency services levy out of the insurances and pass that on to as a fee on the properties, and that would be a separate levy, but then there'd still be a component that the 11.4%, that 11.7% that councils pay under the Bushfire Act. So ideally, all of those components should be bundled up and kept as a separate levy and passed straight through. There should also be some recognition and some administration charges on the way through for council collecting that, because we're essentially doing the insurance sector's job. If we, I'm sure they'd love to just hand it straight on to local government. But that's one element of cost shifting we see, and people don't, not all people realise that. There's a human cost to this hand-to-mouth existence for local government. There's a clear frustration amongst staff, particularly finance, where in Orange we've had 4 CFOs with council over the last 7 years. It's great to see state government set up flying squads to support critical infrastructure like water and sewer operations and planning DA approvals. But when the state government recruits those people from local government, you're simply adding to the problem as well. So it's a very small pool. When I started in the 1990s, there was significant investment in training programs within state government agencies. So there were a lot of the local government engineers had come through either Department of Main Roads or Department of Public Works in those days, through those cadetship programs. And so we were all a beneficiary of those. Now it seems that council is investing in those programs, but those state government departments aren't. And as those young professionals come through our training programs, they're being taken through from state government departments. We're seeing that a lot. That's my point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll move to questions now, starting with either of my colleagues. Go Dr. Amanda Klein.
Thanks so much for coming today and for your energy on a Friday afternoon. My first question is a fairly general question, which is, are councils currently adequately able to collect revenue from developers to fund infrastructure for new subdivisions?
I'll take that first and I'll say no. Most of ours, when the cap was first put in, there's a requirement for council to put up within those development plans what infrastructure or soft and hard infrastructure we're going to fund out of those developer contributions. And when the $20,000 cap was put in, none of our subdivisions reached the cap. However, now all of our subdivisions are over the cap. So they're all over the cap, which means that we're constantly looking for other streams of revenue to help fund that, and that becomes an issue because just on roads, for example, our infrastructure backlog on roads is $16 million. I've heard it referred to if the regions had $2 billion for their roads, we'd fix the problem. And so I'd imagine most councils have infrastructure backlogs on their roads within that $16 million range.
Probably Orange response is probably better than ours. Orange is obviously a regional city and they have a lot more development. We do have quite a bit of development at Forbes. The water and sewer headworks charges are probably close. Other stuff, I'd probably defer to Orange's response without having the numbers in front of me.
Sure, thank you.
Water and sewer charges aren't capped, so that's why they're certainly adequate. The other infrastructure, though, under the Department of Planning is capped at the $20,000 per lot.
coming back to the rate peg, and Mr. Greenham, you talked about the rate peg in your opening statement, which was, I think, an interesting argument that we hadn't heard yet, made in favour of keeping the rate peg. Other councils have argued that councils obviously have the autonomy to set the water and sewer charges, and we haven't seen largely councils either giving their communities massive bill shock or failing to fund their water and sewer infrastructure. So my first question is to Forbes, who do support getting rid of the rate peg, is, what framework do you see protecting your community both from bill shock or from, I suppose, what Mr. Greenham's worried about, which is a council who politically might decide to freeze rates and leave the council in dire financial circumstances?
I'll first comment on what you said there, just about water and sewer. You're 100% correct. We have a water fund, we have a sewer fund, we have a waste fund, we have a general fund at Forbes Shire Council. Our water and sewer fund and waste fund are all profitable. We have no issues of financial sustainability for any of these funds. Over the last few years, our water, sewer and waste charges have increased by a slight amount more than the rate peg. All of them are profitable. We have not had community backlash on any of these increases. In terms of the general fund is where we struggle, and obviously we struggle because of rate pegging. As to what methods would help fix the problem of rate pegging going forward, there's quite a few that have been addressed in previous documents. One was you could use the rate peg as a guide. So that means other councils, the community can compare what council is doing in terms of rate increases to a guide. So say, for example, the state government IPART releases a rate peg of 3%. Forbes Shire Council, following the process of representative democracy, local democracy, communicates with its community, we would prefer to raise rates by 5%. 2% over the rate peg. The reasons we are doing this are for the reasons as stated in our IPNR documents. We wish to allocate more funding to support of doctors, to improving our parks, etc., etc., etc. The community then gets a say. So we have democracy in every level of government. The New South Wales government can earn the money they need to provide the services they need, but we can't. If we do have a situation where we have a council that increases their rates significantly over the rate peg, the community is not happy, they'll be voted out in the next council election. So council elections come around every 4 years. You can rely on the system of representative democracy, I feel, to keep those sort of huge increases at bay. Having said that, what's happening now is you have 165 special rates variations in 10 years, which means you have a 30% increase or a 40% increase in rates, which is just wrong. So there is a better way. So that's one of them, to either have it as a guide, remove rate pegging completely, which could cause other problems, or to have a rate peg of, say, 3% and allow a margin of up to, say, 5% above the rate peg for councils that have their IPNR documents in place and are doing the right thing. And this has been suggested in some of the previous reviews into local government. Happy to answer any questions on that.
You're welcome to contribute as well.
Yeah, thank you. I probably have a slightly different view on some of that. The water, sewer and waste funds for Orange City Council are healthy but not profitable. They're supported by a 30-year financial plan, and they include components in there for renewal of both the pit and pipe infrastructure, but also the treatment works and also the renewal of our landfill. So, and because of those significant costs into the future, we do have significant reserves in those items. They are not profit centres for council. And this is one of the issues we have with disaster funding as well, through NEMA. NEMA believes that those centres are profit centres and therefore don't fund the replacement of flood damaged infrastructure. There was an announcement that Lismore got their sewage treatment plant funded. That was a ministerial announcement. It wasn't in line with the NEMA guidelines, but I believe it was supported by both levels of government. So the funding flowed through. There's other cases here within the Central West where there was a significant pipeline for parks that was completely washed out, and now it's in the multi-million dollars, and there's no funding under the disaster relief recovery arrangements because of this narrow view around what is a profit centre. Because we have a population of about 43,000 people in Orange. We have about 17,000 connections to our water and sewer network. We're able to, as I said before, we're able to fund our renewals. So for an example, we're just completing a contract on our inlet works on the sewage treatment plant. It's an $8 million project. We haven't sought external government funding for that works.
I had a couple of specific questions, if I may, Chair, for Orange. One of them was about the agreement that you have with the Cadia mine for the treated effluent water. I understand that there was an agreement stuck 20 odd years ago under a water licensing system that's no longer in place, so the Cadia mine's actually receiving your treated effluent for free. Is that correct?
There's certain elements of that agreement that are confidential, and I'm not at liberty to answer. There is the Section 60 approval for that infrastructure is still in place, so the ministerial approval for that is in place, and we supply the treated effluent to Cadia Mine as part of their operations. Cadia Mine do pay certainly at least the pumping costs and treatment costs, specific costs for that water, but I'm not at liberty to divulge what's actually in that agreement.
Okay. I had some follow-up questions about this, but if it's confidential, I might leave it for this inquiry. The other question I wanted to ask was about the Orange Rainbow Festival, which I had the absolute joy of attending this year. It's a really beautiful example of a benefit that was provided to a regional community well outside of I suppose, the traditional remit of local government. And I understand that Orange has made a recent decision to extend that into next year. So what kind of community feedback did you get about that in a paradigm where local government struggles with its financial sustainability, and that's why we're all here? What community feedback did you get about the Rainbow Festival?
So the Rainbow Festival was funded solely by state government, a state government grant. So thank you for the, I think that was in the order of $124,000, but don't quote me on that, it might be 120. There was mixed feelings within the community. There were certainly some individuals that were against supporting such a festival, but there was overwhelming support for the festival, and I think definitely a majority of councils, I think it was almost unanimous though, one councillor that supported the Rainbow Festival at the time when it ran through. There was a number of events held. There was some concern over one of those events post the event that we've addressed since with those operators. And this year, council have actually put in seed funding for the event themselves, so that's been voted into the budget.
Thanks.
So it will continue. We're getting a number of businesses that have expressed an interest in supporting the event into the future as well.
Thank you.
Chair, just a question from me, if that's all right.
Sure, before we go to...
I think Amanda's finished.
Yep.
I just missed the point you were making, Mr. Greenham, in your opening statement about PFAS and the acceptable level of it in water. Just wondering if you could explain that a bit further.
Okay, so PFAS at the moment, the US government have always had tighter restrictions. It's all of our drinking water guidelines are assessed by the National Health and Medical Research Council, so they're put in place. They make evidence-based decisions. I'm not a health professional as such, but I believe certainly when when the US changed their guidelines some years ago, Australia chose not to follow suit. So when they've made this last change, there's been some media attention to it. But I'm not aware of the medical research that supports the US position at present. So, but I do believe it will be the National Health and Medical Research Council will certainly make an evidence-based decision on the position that Australia takes. And Australia's drinking water guidelines are very similar to the European drinking water guidelines. I believe they also make evidence-based decisions.
So it was your point that if we followed the American standard, if you like, where less PFAS is considered permissible in water, that would have financial implications for councils?
Yes, yeah, because chlorine, not so much Orange, but some of the other councils possibly. We have a back filter, so a biological activated carbon filter, as well as ozone treatment. A number of councils simply chlorinate and fluoridate. Some of them we chlorinate and fluoridate as well. We also have a filtration plant, but on the back end, mainly to control taste and odour, we have the back filtration as well as ozone treatment. Depending on the level that is taken, we may have to also extend into UV disinfection. So, yeah, chlorine doesn't necessarily treat PFAS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Honourable Sanfaraway.
Good to see you all again. I'll jump straight in to try and ask some questions that both councils should be able to answer, and that is around equitable funding. So we've heard throughout the inquiry that councils find grants processes volatile, which is understandable. So we all know that in the regions, it's hard to get a BCR to stack up on everything, especially smaller community infrastructure. So my question is around equity for councils like Forbes Shire and Orange City is, do you believe government should be not putting a hard and fast BCR on road funding, and in particular small infrastructure funding that would never stack up but has a huge community benefit that is sort of unmeasured until it's built?
I'm sure my response will be different to Orange City Council's. Yes, we believe that should be the case. Obviously, as a shire like Forbes Shire Council, we have a population of 10,000. The projects that we put up to other levels of government are never going to stack up when compared to a project that's going to affect a council like Orange City Council.
Is that just purely because of scale?
Mostly because of scale, economies of scale, etc., etc. In terms of grant fundings that work, we've really got to take our hats off to the federal government this time. I know this is a state government inquiry. What they've done to the Roads to Recovery is absolutely great. Pushing money down that path where it's up to council to make the decision in many respects how that money is spent. Obviously, the federal government sets the conditions. It has to be for a local road, etc., etc., etc. That's a type of grant system that I feel works very, very well, I think, for smaller rural councils like ours. The fact that it's non-tied as well means we can spend the money where we feel it needs. It's not a competitive grant process where we have to go out and we have to pay consultants sometimes to fill in these huge grants that, from a BCR perspective, we know will never stack up. We then get the grant. We have to try and cut the cost of the grant back as much as possible so we are competitive. We try and put stuff in for future maintenance requirements. But then we put in that grant. It takes us 2 years to make sure all the planning, everything's still not 2 years, takes a while for all the planning to happen. And by which time the cost of infrastructure, cost of providing services has increased. We've had a few major grants recently where we've gone over budget on those grants and council's had to use its general funds, its available cash, to plug the difference. And a lot of that is just the cost of contractors for smaller rural councils like ours has just gone through the roof over the last few years. So that's been difficult. So to answer the question, yes, the BCR can cause us some grief at times, and a system similar to the federal to the roads to recovery system would be much better for council.
Okay, so we'll stick to roads as a bit of a theme, and I'll come back to community infrastructure. So, and Orange may disagree with what I'm proposing, but we'll go here anyway. In terms of the state, obviously the former coalition government saw the pothole funding, then the regional roads program, where we moved funding, and to their credit, the new New South Wales government kept that program going for the time being, or in the first 12 months at least, around the size of road network.
Yeah.
Now, obviously I accept Orange's got probably one of the smallest road networks, but councils like Forbes, for instance, and Parks and others have much larger road networks, unsealed road networks. Do you believe the state government, like you've mentioned the federal government with roads to recovery, but from a state perspective, should we be looking to replicate how that money is distributed from the pot, from Sydney, in terms of here's the total size of your road network, here's proportionally the cash, you need to justify how you spend it and go and fix your roads?
My response to that would be yes. If you're a council in Sydney, you have access to a lot more funds to fix that very small road network that you have. If you're a council out here, we have a huge road network. As I mentioned before, 1,850 kilometres of roads. Sure, there's roads to recovery. Sure, we have the FAGS grants, the roads allocation for the FAGS grants, but you've driven around our road network, you've seen, and Dan can probably speak to this more than me, we do not have adequate funds to maintain our road network. A system like you're suggesting, based on kilometre length, would be, as opposed to BCR, would help to improve the safety of our regional roads. Most crashes happen on regional roads, so regional and local roads in rural areas. So that system would work extremely well, I would feel. I'll probably pass to Mr. Spear on that. He can probably add a bit more as well.
Yeah, from my perspective, who's the one that's actually filling in the grant applications? Doing something like a BCR and trying to demonstrate that, you're almost fudging the numbers anyway to try to get some sort of decent number that's going to be competitive. Whereas you've got a system where the grant application is quite simple, saves a lot of time, and at the end of the day you get the same outcome. So definitely BCR doesn't work for us.
Well, in actual fact, it might be quicker, the outcome, because if you can get the funding quicker and the deed quicker, you can get cracking internally with your own crews or contractors quicker.
Definitely the potholes model, for example, very simple process. We had crews on the ground fixing potholes in no time, and it was a great program, and that's been continuing that sort of process in a couple of new grants, and that's been great.
So I'm trying to give the Labor members some free advice here. Mr. Greenham, obviously from an engineer's point of view, and firstly, but obviously Orange City has a much smaller road network, so it may not be as advantageous to have it based on size of road network, but more broadly, what are your thoughts on that sort of funding and how it's distributed?
You might be surprised to hear that I'm in fierce agreement with my colleagues. Orange does have a significant road network in that we have 575 kilometres worth of roads, which might be only a third of Forbes, for example, and we have maybe 4 times the population. But we still have an infrastructure backlog. And I think if you're funding something where there is a significant infrastructure backlog right across the state, then the BCR needs to go out the window, and we all need to share it on an equitable basis.
No, very well said. Betterment from your engineering background around road infrastructure in particular, and obviously Forbes may have had a little bit more exposure to this with flooding, but from an engineering background and extensive local government background, it shouldn't matter about politics. Betterment is the way of the future in how we rebuild roads, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. I think particularly where it's addressing a flooding issue, for example. So if you've got an area where the infrastructure is not adequate to hold or to be, for example, say the Richmond Bridge is flood proof. Now, it doesn't mean that you can travel over it when there's a flood on, but it will still be there when the flood resides.
As long as
comes
it's like
back down.
timber bridge,
Yeah, for example. And that's what we want all our infrastructure to be. We don't want it to be flood-free as such, but we do want it to be flood-proof. And if there's a betterment type approach to making sure that infrastructure is fit for purpose and can withstand a flood event, knowing that we're going to have flood events into the future, then yes, that should be part of the funding.
And is it fair to say that, and would you agree with my observation, which is that it's actually very practical measures around betterment in road infrastructure? It's not the gold plating that bureaucrats in Canberra say it is, to be frank. It is culverts, it is drainage, it is a little bit of road raising, it is very practical stuff that can withstand more freight, more movements, but increased weather events. So I'll put that one out there. In terms of, would you agree with that observation that it's those types of measures that is betterment, not building a 4-lane highway in the middle of Forbes?
Yeah, absolutely spot on. So I've been through floods at Forbes in 2010, 12, 16, 21, 22. In the same locations, the same damage from the same materials that's been reinstated back every single time. What we're proposing for a lot of our locations is, we need more culverts, exactly. We need more robust pavements. If that is an issue of replacing a granular pavement with an asphalt pavement, for example, and exactly what we've just talked about, is that once the water recedes, the pavement is then still in a drivable condition. We haven't got massive holes in the middle of the road. The public can use the road as soon as the water recedes. At the moment, we're reinstating roads back to the original condition from 2010, which is just not the way to do it.
You mentioned BCR then. This is a case where the BCR would work. We have Dan's talking about one area, 21 Mile on the Lachlan Valley Way, which you probably know. With every single flood, we have used your money, state government money, to repair that spot. If we had put in an asphalt pavement, that would have been a one-off expenditure and you'd be getting bang for your buck, to be quite honest.
Whilst I have limited time, I'll keep moving through. So I want to go back to the equity question and funding distribution from state government around grants. Now, there were funding programs that both Forbes and Orange were entitled to and received good funding over four phases through the Stronger Country Communities funding. Now, it wasn't purely for councils, but councils in regional areas were primarily, the local Crown land administrator or owned the land or the building, so they were the ones that put the applications in. Distributing funding through a program like that per LGA with set amounts for each LGA, do you feel that was a far more equitable way without a BCR and then allowing community and council to apply? So you knew how much in that round. It was a matter about making the money stretch as far as possible versus a full statewide contest with a BCR.
Do you want to go first or want me to go first? Or?
Happy to. I'll take my turn. I agree. The allocation per council area and then the involvement of community groups or sporting groups that would lobby council for certain projects, and council's social services team would also put in applications for things. I think there was I was listening to the previous group and there was a statement made that they do a lot of things that the city councils don't do. Just to be clear, Orange City Council has our largest area is actually in that social services group. So we have 186 staff in that social services group. That we run 3 childcare centres, we run 2 OSH care or USH care out of our school care arrangements. We have a number of disability homes, shared homes that we manage, and we also have shared aged homes as well that we manage, as well as a youth hub. We own the PCYC like a lot of councils do, but we don't necessarily operate PCYC ourselves. There's a large contingent of staff in that community services section. And total council staff is just over 800, so nearly a quarter of the staff is in that community services.
I guess our response, we're 2018, before I guess things like Stronger Country Communities, LRCI started, we had a capital spend of around $8 million per annum. This year will be up to 34 million. So that kind of by local government grant targeting helps us to do the application process. We're not sitting there spending money on consultants or allocating huge amounts of staff resources to fill in competitive grants that we're very unlikely to get. We're unlikely to get a shoe in, because obviously if it is a competitive process, it's more likely to go to Sydney. So Stronger Country Communities and that LRCI model from an equity perspective has been great. The other good side about that particular model is it does allow our councillors and our community to have a say on what they want. So, for example, when you've got a targeted grant for a targeted, I don't know whether it's a bridge is probably a different kettle of fish, because for the renewals, there really needs to be a lot more money pumped into renewals, pavement renewals, bridge renewals, etc., etc. But when it's for community infrastructure, if it is an allocation by council area, it gives a much greater say, we feel, to our community and our councillors on how that money is spent, as opposed to saying, no, we will do this. Our community probably doesn't want this as much as Project B, but we know this has a much higher chance of being successful. So it is a much fairer and probably more democratic way of distributing the funding.
My final question, and this one is for Orange, because I don't think Forbes were eligible for it, but was Resources for Regions funding. Yes. Which was obviously implemented as a way of returning a form of the royalty for mining activity in a local government area back to the community where the activity is happening. What would be that would now come at a direct hit, wouldn't it, to Orange City's P&L, because that funding program has been dissolved and not replaced. But what sort of projects did that funding program fund, like in Orange, for instance, over the course of the last couple of rounds?
Yeah, so the Southern Feeder Road, which is our southern loop, would not have been constructed. We've got a major development north of the Northern Distributor Road that has the main north-south spine of that is along Hill Street and Williamaker Drive, as you're aware. That project wouldn't have been funded. There's a lot of facilities out at the airport that would not have been funded but for the Resources for Regions grant. The upgrade of Clurgate Road, while it drew funding from a number of sources, one of the main sources is Resources for Regions. Clurgate Road is a road that feeds into our industrial area, a new industrial area, and so it's tied directly to employment growth. The Southern Feeder Road feeds into a new subdivision area, so it's tied into that housing solution. So without that, we would not have been successful. Now, not all of those allocations were on a merit-based application. Towards the end of that program, the last 3 years of that program, we're on an equitable split amongst the mining affected councils. And that while...
So essentially there was a baseline amount that you knew that you were going to get in that round, and then depending on the commodity and the output, it would then change.
Tick over, you could get a little bit more.
Yeah, get a bit more, but you knew what the minimum baseline amount, so you could actually budget for that, couldn't you?
We could budget for it, and so we could set in place
so that part wasn't
projects.
Not contested, so you knew that part was coming in, and then once you knew what the final variance is, depending on the commodity output.
Yeah. And that allowed us to design in the front and have shovel-ready projects on the shelf ready to go, because we knew the funding would be coming through, or at least an element of that funding would be coming through. So, without it, we wouldn't have upgraded half the roads that we've done since I've been there. Yeah.
So what sort of financial impact is that on Orange?
It's in the order of $2 million a year, $2.5 million a year.
That's significant.
Yeah, significant.
Right, so your CFO would certainly, once that program was dissolved, would have to readjust budgeting to by at least $2.5 million, because you knew that was not coming anymore.
Yeah, it just extends it. Anything that's on our program to be done just slides further back. So we generally have a 10-year financial plan in our long-term financial plan, and then we have a 4-year budgeting cycle. So anything on that 4-year budgeting cycle that is funding dependent just simply slips through. So it gets extended into another year, and maybe not ever funded. So
we'll just go
some of these projects,
priorities list, and when you've got the cash, it'll happen.
That's right.
But I suppose it goes to that point, Mr. Greenham, about equity for regional communities, whether it's disaster funding for significant weather or flooding events, or whether it's for mining impacted communities, whether it be Cobar or Broken Hill or Orange, Cabon, Blaney. I think it's fair to say that not just Orange, that this is a significant hit to councils, and there's going to have to be a fair bit of recalibration to their budgets without a program like that they knew where the baseline funding was coming from in each round.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. I might just jump in with a quick question before we finish up, or two if I'm lucky. Just wanted to ask for Orange, how much of the town's revenue comes from having the Cadia mine?
I'd have to take that one on notice. I can, Cadia would be able to provide some information, but there's a significant number of people that are employed out at the mine. Are you talking town revenue as in?
Or both rates,
mining
rates?
From rates, no rates.
No rates?
No rates. Yeah.
In terms of the workforce that would generate a component.
It's a significant component, yeah. Without that industry, we wouldn't be doing as well as we are.
Yeah. And in terms of the, you mentioned the social component of your workforce, which is almost a quarter. How much of that would you think is as a result of that mine?
I think the demand would have been there without the mine.
Yep.
I think the mine has helped fund some of those programs. Most of that social services group is heavily reliant on other tiers of government to help support. Council does obviously top up to meet the needs of each individual area. But without the mines, we wouldn't have the population growth that we've got. We wouldn't have the young families that are cashed up and wanting to have out of school hours care or childcare arrangements or those sorts of things. So, the mine is a large industry player within the community, but so is government restructure and sort of that decentralisation process that happened in the 90s. Where, as Dubbo is, we're a very big beneficiary of having the department based out in Orange.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all we have time for, unfortunately. Look, I'd like to thank you again so much for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry, particularly in person, for those because you've both travelled, obviously, to be here. If there are any questions on notice or supplementary questions, our committee secretary will be in touch with you in terms of the details of those. But thank you. That concludes our inquiry hearing for today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.